Chapter 2119. A group of people blocked the entrance and looked at Xiao Chen coldly. However big the sacred region was, this city was as big as it was. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with them. Although the physical pressure was somewhat great, it was still within the acceptable range of his blue dragon divine body. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he prepared to head for the 100,000 steps. Many cities that were hundreds of times smaller than the divine capital hovered in the sky. Many faux gods discussed in soft voices as they watched Xiao Chen's group from these floating cities. Along the way, several cultivators who came down guessed Xiao Chen's identity when they saw his alloy gloves. They all smiled coldly. Soon, the Heavenly Alliance's 100-odd people scattered and started to choose their own houses. Incredible! Even the geniuses of the universe Origin sect, Bushin Palace, and the other superfactions are only at this age. After the Holy Domain envoys took their leave, Xiao Chen, Yunfei, Qionging, and Nangong Feng gathered together, feeling incredibly excited. They could also sense the faux god world's existence and enter it with their own strength. All right, that's all that needs to be said. I've also told you some of the rules. Now I'll repeat myself. The True God Palace is a forbidden land. Do not approach. If you disturb the True God, the organizations you are in will be affected. After sorting out his strength, Xiao Chen made his preparations. The divine capital had all sorts of facilities. When one cultivated here, one could practically find everything one wanted. Soon, Xiao Chen found a courtyard. There was a dim door plate outside. When Xiao Chen infused his soul energy, the door plate flickered with a bright light, revealing Xiao Chen's name. A ruthless person. That's right. Rather than paying attention to this person, it is better to pay attention to this generation's Lin Feng. I heard that this person comprehended the death Dao domain. Back then, he destroyed his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Now he forcefully recultivated. After stepping on it, Xiao Chen felt somewhat strange. A formless force pressed down on his physical body. With every step he took, his physical body felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. This is the Dao comprehension platform. There are many praying mats used by true gods. Comprehending the Dao here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort, and the effects will be remarkable. However, you have to walk up these 100,000 steps, one step at a time. If your physical body isn't strong, don't try it. From today onwards, I will live here for 10 years. The Immortal Capital is too big. I don't even know where to start. Yunfei said excitedly. If one was not a faux god, even a sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to enter this place. Unless one had a good relationship with one of the 8 great powers, or was originally a member of one of the 8 great powers, they could only pay a certain price and enter the void god realm to cultivate. Soaring into the air, Xiao Chen flew towards the enlightenment platform in the divine capital. Back then, in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen underwent their emperor's tribulation at the same time. The emperor's road that they took was somewhat similar to the 100,000 steps before them. This was a majestic city. The 2 words divine capital intimidated everyone. Divine capital. That is the trial tower, the one that the divine master personally built. If you want to obtain faux god coins, you can go to the trial tower. Haha, we're going off topic. The Heavenly Alliance has never been famous for nurturing geniuses and outstanding talents. Although we call them geniuses and outstanding talents, they are only comparable to the Heavenly Alliance itself. They are still far from comparable to the other superfactions. This is the Faux God Plaza, where the inner city and outer city intersect. The divine ranking is there. Many faux god seniors have limited energy and can't be bothered to deal with some minor matters, so they post the ranking here. Aside from this, if something major happens, it will also be posted on the divine ranking. If you have nothing to do, you can come and take a look. Feeling somewhat rueful, Xiao Qin suddenly thought of Diwuk. The city was much livelier than everyone expected. As long as one was a faux god, even if one did not belong to one of the 8 super factions, one would be able to enter the city. Ancient words were written at the bottom of the city walls. This city was called the Divine Capital. What are faux god coins? The currency in the Holy Domain's Divine Capital is faux god coins. As long as one has enough faux god coins, one can exchange for any resource. There are so few people, only 100 odd. I heard that they have the youngest newcomer in history, only 47 years old. Xiao Qin and the others only raised their heads to take one more look before finding it somewhat unbearable. The world spun around them, and they saw stars, feeling drowsy. Compared to Yunfei, who was at a loss, Xiao Qin was very meticulous. He had already made preparations for his plan. There are many empty houses in the Divine Capital, aside from the ones in the sky. As for the other empty houses, you can choose to use them as your residences for the next 10 years. Whoosh! However, these true gods rarely showed themselves. The True God Palace was also a forbidden land of the Holy Domain's Divine Capital. No one could get close. The Holy Domain's Divine Capital was such a city where all the faux gods of the entire martial epic gathered. The courtyard was very large and had an average-sized lake, somewhat similar to Xiao Qin's Cold Moon Cave residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Qin said calmly, "Let's find an empty house to stay in first. We can use the medallion of interest to contact each other at any time. Let's disperse for now." The barrier vanished, and a 30-kilometer tall city wall appeared before Xiao Qin and the others. This is an arena. You can fight with people or challenge faux beasts. Of course, you need to pay in faux god coins. Plop! Xiao Qin immediately knelt on the ground, nearly shattering his knees. The Holy Domain envoys were very responsible, leading the group around the Divine Capital and explaining the rules of the Divine Capital. It's a little strange. Further out were the inner city and outer city, as well as the many houses and buildings outside the city. As for Xiao Qin and the others, these were the privileges of the super factions. These were the disciples of the other super factions. They had already been cultivating in the Divine Capital for a long time and could easily deal with the 100,000 steps. The entire Divine Capital was divided into 5 layers. The core was the True God Hall. The true gods who managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lived there. Aside from the core True God Hall, the Faux God Pavilion was next. It was like the Divine Capital's city, Lord's residence, managed by the faux gods of the 8 super factions. When the true gods did not appear, the Faux God Pavilion could be considered the core of the Divine Capital, managing the Holy Domain's Divine Capital. The various super factions had a limited number of slots for their newcomers to enter the faux god world to cultivate. The most important thing right now is to successfully practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in the human realm. After that, I can stabilize my Thunder Tao domain. I'll go to the comprehension platform first. As Xiao Qin stood in the pavilion in the courtyard, he looked into the distance. He could see some other cultivators cultivating in their respective pavilions. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's people, there were also members of the other super factions. Some of them seemed to have been here for a long time already. The Heavenly Alliance. Interesting. To think that they dare to come to the comprehension platform on their first day. The Holy Domain envoy's introduction greatly broadened Xiao Qin's horizons. This place satisfied all the cultivation requirements of a cultivator. Sorry, my profound Heaven Holy Land has reserved the comprehension platform for today. Come back tomorrow. However, there is only one. It is far from comparable to the other super factions. The Holy Domain envoy did not find this strange. He said indifferently, "The Divine Master wrote these 2 words. Just take a look and don't act rashly. Come with me into the city. I will bring you around to familiarize you with the holy domain's divine capital. You will be living here for a long time in the future. The Heavenly Alliance's newcomers are here as well. How unfortunate! Xiao Chen soared into the air, preparing to look for a remote house. The faux god world was the only continent that the true gods carved out of the remnant world. The holy domain was both a continent and a majestic city that Xiao Chen and the others had never seen before. Definitely, Xiao Chen gently drifted down and landed firmly on the ground. As he stood below, he looked at the 100,000 steps in the distance. It looked like an endless road. Lord Mu was right. Do not be arrogant. Here, you are nothing. If one did not pay attention, they would run into faux god experts. Even if they did not purposely release their auras, one would still find it hard to beat them. The comprehension platform was a 30-kilometer tall platform with 100,000 steps. At the summit was the comprehension platform with a prayer mat for the true body. Xiao Chen felt some pressure. In this holy domain, it made one feel insignificant. The Heavenly Alliance's group moved majestically. As they walked on the street, they immediately attracted attention. Yes, these 10 years are very crucial. If you don't grasp it well, you'll be doomed. If we do not grasp it, we might fall behind others for life. I hope that everyone will not fall behind. Everyone here was a peak sovereign personage. All of them were proud and arrogant people. However, in this place, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Just as Xiao Chen finished climbing the 100,000 steps and was about to reach the comprehension platform, there was someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, using his own aura to compete with the words divine capital. If one looked down from the sky, the 5 layers would appear orderly. They intersected with each other in an indescribable pattern, eventually gathering at the true God Hall. Chapter 2120. The Profound Heaven Holy Land was one of the 8 super-factions, a colossus that controlled the Shenwu dynasty. The Profound Heaven Holy Land possessed deep accumulations, having existed for many years before the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions. If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, the Heavenly Alliance's Sword Venerate, Gongzilan, seemed to be from the Shenwu dynasty. The tall platform had 100,000 steps. At this point, the surroundings were already shrouded in clouds. A sea of clouds churned, making the place look like an immortal realm. The 100,000 steps were not easy to walk. Anyone would feel upset if they were suddenly told that they had reserved the entire place. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. A total of 4 people blocked him, all of them peak sovereign personages. Xiao Chen could tell that these people had been in the holy domain's divine capital for some time. Their auras were exceptionally dense. Their cultivations felt as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea. When the 4 stood together, their auras flourished. Xiao Chen looked behind him and discovered that there was no one else on the true God prayer mats on the comprehension platform. It seemed like only one person was comprehending the Tao. What are you looking at? Quickly scram. When the person in the middle saw that Xiao Chen had no intention of leaving, he felt somewhat enraged. He stepped forward and pressed down with his aura. There were 100,000 steps, and every step was filled with immense pressure. The person standing on top of the steps would be able to press down with the momentum of the steps, giving him a huge advantage. Bang! Without saying anything, that person looked down from above and punched at Xiao Chen. A mysterious, profound seal flickered in the fist light. This was the Profound Heaven Holy Land's strong martial technique, the Profound Heaven Fist. The profound seal light spread out, materializing a 100-meter-wide light wave between the fist light. Many 9 profound seals flowed in the light wave. When that person punched, it was like a small world pressing toward Xiao Chen. Senior Brother Hong Tao's Profound Heaven Fist is becoming increasingly exquisite. With one punch, 9 profound seals appear. The newcomer dares to be arrogant. He overestimates himself. The profound heaven holy land disciples at the side smiled coldly. In their minds, their senior brother Hong Tao would knock Shao Chen into the air in the next moment. After that, Shao Chen would roll down the 100,000 steps in a sorry state. Dang! However, something unexpected happened. Shao Chen threw a punch and clashed with it. He, who was at the bottom, took the punch head-on. However, he was like a mountain, not moving an inch. The hazy 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Shao Chen. Dragon roars came from the 10,000 dragons picture, perfectly blocking this punch. You want to compete with me in fist arts? Shao Chen smiled coldly, and the hazy 10,000 dragons picture behind him suddenly lit up. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The 10,000 dragons behind him roared out in rage, turning into streaks of fist light that smashed into the 9 seal light. Kacha kacha! In just a moment, the fist aura, which was like a world of 9 seals, shattered. Hong Tao staggered and almost fell. He's from the Dragon Clan. How strong? What fist technique is this? Its offensive might is nearly on par with Bushan Palace's Qin Ming's Emperor Dragon Fist. The other few people were greatly startled. They did not think that under Shao Chen's punch, it actually forced senior brother Hong Tao back. This was a newcomer to the Void God realm. Hong Tao's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He roared as he looked at Shao Chen, and his aura surged out. Hong Tao's long hair fluttered as he shouted coldly and pressed towards Shao Chen again. A profound seal appeared on his forehead, and the might of this punch was several times stronger than the previous one. Shao Chen felt slightly stunned. The faux god realm was indeed incredible. However, he arrived a few years earlier, and this person's strength already rivaled that of the heavenly alliances for heaven-defying sovereign personages. However, since you are proficient in fist techniques, you are destined to lose this battle. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragons rule. Who is honored? Commanding the group of dragons. Without even thinking, Shao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist second move. A tyrannical aura that made the group of dragons submit to him appeared in his fist light. Bang! After forcefully receiving the other party's punch, Shao Chen grunted but did not take a step back. Regretless Heaven Dragon. Shao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's third move again. A terrifying, offensive aura surged out from Shao Chen. The boundless aura turned into lofty aspirations, gathering in Shao Chen's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried a sense of determination and self-sacrifice as it pressed forward, not retreating, but advancing instead. Damn it, what fist technique is this? It is so tyrannical. Hong Tao cursed in his heart. His fist technique clearly surpassed the other parties. His cultivation also firmly suppressed the other parties. However, the offensive aura of the other party's fist technique forcibly suppressed his fist's momentum, forcing him to retreat. Bang! 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 After another 3 punches, Shao Chen stepped onto the tall platform. As 10,000 dragons roared, he knocked the other party back. Plop! Hong Tao fell to the ground, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Hong Tao looked at Shao Chen in horror, confusion filling his eyes. To think that he lost to the other party's fist technique. Senior brother Hong Tao. The others were greatly startled. They quickly went over and helped Hong Tao up. At the same time, Hong Tao looked at Shao Chen and raged. What a fellow! You just arrived, and yet you dare to injure the people of our profound heaven holy land. Don't you know that this comprehension platform is the territory of our profound heaven holy land? Letting you come tomorrow is already giving face to a newcomer like you. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. He retorted indifferently, giving face, "Never mind. My face is too thin, and I can't take it. The Holy Domain Envoy did not tell me that I have to give face to your profound heaven, holy land when I come to the comprehension platform to cultivate. The Supreme Dragon Fist truly lives up to its reputation. However, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously." A person comprehending the Tao suddenly opened his eyes. His voice contained the sound of the great Tao. At first, Xiao Qin did not care. Then it gradually became deafening like a great bell. Dong, 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 accompanied by the rumbling great Tao, surging and roaring like a surging river. It was just one sentence, but it made Xiao Chen's qi and blood surge. He vaguely felt cracks appear in his internal organs. As his qi and blood surged, his face flushed, and his throat tasted sweet. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. The Tao voice spread out, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and spreading throughout the entire divine capital. In an instant, many cultivators cultivating in their caves opened their eyes and looked towards the comprehension platform. They were all surprised. "Isn't Mu Yunju coming out of closed-door cultivation tomorrow? Something's not right. It seems like someone interrupted him. I wonder who it is. Interesting. Mu Yunju seems to have gained a lot from this comprehending. Let's go and take a look." Several super faction members felt somewhat curious. They either went to the highest floors of their residences or flew over, wanting to see what was going on. Pussy. In the end, Xiao Qin could not hold back and vomited a mouthful of blood. As Xiao Chen knelt on one knee, the Tao voice lingered in his ears, lingering for a long time. The other party's great Tao directly merged with his soul energy and entered deep into Xiao Chen's soul pool. With just one sentence, it achieved the effect of Xiao Chen's candle dragon eyes. Senior Brother Mu. Seeing this person open his eyes, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples quickly knelt in horror. "We're useless." Someone interrupted Senior Brother Mu's comprehension. "Senior Brother, please punish us." Hong Tao showed a horrified expression, not daring to look. He really should not have done this. Had he known, he would have attacked together and directly chased this trash away. Hong Tao only hated himself for underestimating the other party. Unexpectedly, a Heavenly Alliance newcomer grasped such a terrifying fist technique. Stand up and speak. Kneeling before an outsider is unbecoming. Mu Yunju said indifferently as he slowly stood up. He wore profound robes of alternating blue and white. Mu Yunju's expression was stern, and he gave off a frightening sharpness. "So, it is a Heavenly Alliance newcomer. It's over. He just arrived, and he already obtained the profound heaven, Holy Land's Mu Yunju. This Mu Yunju ranks third among the 200-odd people of the profound heaven, Holy Land. He is terrifyingly strong. How can a newcomer who just entered the faux god world block him?" Some of the onlookers sighed after seeing from afar. Mu Yunju looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin, who knelt on one knee. His expression turned cold, and disgust flashed in his eyes. "Where did this dog come from? How ignorant! Scram! Mu Yunju, try and touch him if you dare." Just as Mu Yunju prepared to attack, a melodious, pleasing voice rang out from the 100,000 steps. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, but the anger and killing intent in her voice caused one to tremble in fear and tremble all over. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly, and his movements paused. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why is this person from the Bushan Palace suddenly interfering in the profound heaven, Holy Land's matters? Chapter 21:21. The first thing to appear on the 100,000 steps was a small bird covered in feathers that looked like burning flames, glistening with golden light. The moment this bird appeared, the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples on the comprehension platform retreated in horror. Even Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly. However, he did not move back. Soon after, the main character appeared. It was a petite girl with an impressive figure and a youthful face. The person who arrived was the Golden Crow Empire's solar divine daughter, Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao glanced at Mu Yunju and said coldly, "You'd best pray that nothing happens to him." While Mu Yunju spoke, Ao Jiao strode over to Xiao Chen's side to check on Xiao Chen's condition. The other party's Dao voice invaded Xiao Chen's soul pool, causing his soul to be shaken. It was somewhat difficult to treat, but it was not a fatal injury. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen was fine. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, it would be in such a situation. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Upon hearing Ao Jiao's voice, Xiao Chen knew that the other party had arrived. He felt somewhat embarrassed, letting the other party see his weak side. However, such thoughts only existed for an instant. Xiao Chen's joy at seeing Ao Jiao again diluted it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao's worried heart immediately relaxed. She glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Idiot, what are you saying? If I were 1 step later, you would have fallen off these 100,000 steps. That would be very painful." A scene of him rolling down the 100,000 steps and falling to the ground appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen rolled down 100,000 steps and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Ao Jiao happened to see the scene. Xiao Chen immediately smiled faintly. In comparison, his current situation was much better. "How did you get here?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Being able to see Ao Jiao in the faux god world was truly a pleasant surprise. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "Don't you know? The 8 great empires are backed by the Bushin Palace. After I met the requirements, I naturally could enter." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Actually, as long as he thought about it carefully, he would be able to figure it out. He hadn't seen Ao Jiao for a long time, and his brain wasn't working well. The disciples of the super forces who were watching from the outside were all stunned. They had never expected that the Bushin Palace's Ao Jiao would stand up for a newcomer from the Sky Alliance. Damn! What's the background of this newcomer? The Sun Goddess seems to have known him for a long time. It can't be. My goddess is gone just like that? It's hard to say. Judging from their words and actions, they clearly have a close relationship. Many disciples of the super forces looked at the Enlightenment platform with envy and confusion. "I say, are the two of you done being intimate?" Mu Yunju's expression turned somewhat unsightly. It was already bad enough that Ao Jiao stopped him from making a move. However, after she arrived, she completely ignored his existence. When Ao Jiao heard that, she turned around and said, "Mu Yunju, since you are done comprehending, don't occupy the comprehension platform. Earlier, everyone gave you face and did not want to disturb your comprehension. Don't think that this comprehension platform really belongs to your profound heaven, holy land. What if I don't leave?" Mu Yunju's lips curled up slightly as he smiled coldly. "You interrupted my comprehension, and you want to chase me away? Ao Jiao, do you really think that I, Mu Yunju, fear you?" Whoosh! Before Ao Jiao could say anything, Little Yellow Feather gently spread its wings. Immediately, rings of resplendent solar true flame flew towards the profound heaven, Holy Land's people. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and the solar true flame containing divine might spread out, surging over with vast divine might. Mu Yunju threw a palm strike and scattered most of the solar true flame. However, he was still forced back several steps. While Mu Yunju was fine, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples found this somewhat unbearable, forced into a dead end. "Come back," Ao Jiao called out softly. Little yellow feather circled around and landed on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Golden Crow. Mu Yunju stared at Little Yellow Feather, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. How hateful! To think that such a pure-blooded holy beast actually appeared in the martial epic. Furthermore, it was tamed by someone. Although it was still young, with the help of this golden crow, they would not be able to gain any advantage against Ao Jiao. "Let's go," Mu Yunju said coldly. Mu Yunju said coldly. When he passed by Shao Chen, his body paused slightly. Then he said indifferently, "Trash. If not for hiding behind a woman, I would be able to destroy you with one hand." Shao Chen said softly, "Is that so? In that case, try and pinch me." Mu Yunju immediately smiled, coldly in his heart. "I was just waiting for you to say that." Then he turned around and kicked up a strong wind at Shao Chen, making it hard for Shao Chen to open his eyes. "If you dare to exchange one move with me, I will only need one move. If I cannot defeat you, I will give you 1,000 faux god coins." When Ao Jiao heard that, she raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. She understood Shao Chen. He had always been calm and would not make a rash decision. She asked softly, "Are you confident?" "Right now, I am indeed not as strong as him. However, I should have no problem receiving one move from him." Ao Jiao nodded slightly and moved to the side without saying anything more. This was trust, the tacit understanding and trust that came from living together in the Kunlun realm for 20-odd years, going through life and death together. Is he seeking death? What is this? Mu Yunju has been in the faux god world for 4 years already. His light Dao domain has reached the 2nd layer, and his profound heaven art has reached the 3rd layer, among the profound heaven Holy Land disciples. His strength is firmly within the top 5. Young people still cannot take the provocation. With the golden crow around, this Mu Yunju cannot touch him at all. To think that he took the initiative to jump out. When the many watching superfaction disciples saw this scene, they all felt it strange. Even if it was just one move, if the difference in strength was too great, even if one could not kill in the divine capital, it would still be sufficient to make Shao Chen bedridden for a year and a half. Shao Chen had wasted a lot of cultivation time. In the faux god world, the most valuable thing for everyone was time. Shao Chen looked at Mu Yunju and asked, "How do we decide victory with one move?" Mu Yunju smiled coldly and said, "Whoever retreats loses. If you lose, I do not need you to do anything. If you do not retreat, consider it my loss. I will give you 1,000 faux god coins." Mu Yunju's words were filled with absolute confidence. He did not believe that Shao Chen could win at all. As long as Shao Chen dared to receive a palm strike from him, Mu Yunju was confident of severely injuring the other party to vent the hatred in his heart. It would be worth it. Shao Chen said indifferently, "I don't want your faux god coins. If you lose, you will roll off these 100,000 steps. Unfortunately, I can't lose. You simply don't know how big the gap between us is." Mu Yunju laughed maniacally and directly attacked. Whoosh! A resplendent light burst out of Mu Yunju's body. The comprehension platform gave off a light as dazzling as the sun. Everyone within 5,000 kilometers could feel the piercing light. At the same time, a terrifying Dao might erupted from Mu Yunju's body. Before Mu Yunju made a move, his Dao might was sufficient to knock many ordinary sovereign personages into the air. Light Dao domain, peak 2nd layer. No wonder Mu Yunju was so angry. It turns out that he was trying to break through to the Dao domain's 3rd layer on the comprehension platform. In the end, Shao Chen interrupted him. "You can't speak carelessly." Even if he was not interrupted, he might not be able to reach the Dao domain's 3rd layer. However, it looks like this Heavenly Alliance newcomer will definitely lose. Look at his Dao domain. He has not even stabilized the 1st layer yet. The difference is too great. Before Mu Yunju made a move, the strong Tao might coming from him already made everyone think that Xiao Qin had already lost. I'll show you the true profound heaven fist, 100 seal opening. Mu Yunju roared. Then he punched with his second layer light Tao domain. 100 profound seals formed a wave of light on the fist light and ferociously punched at Xiao Qin. Wherever the fist light passed, a small world was formed, and it swept through everything before it. Even space itself was slightly warped and rippled like water. Terrifying! This punch allowed everyone to witness Mu Yunju's strong strength again. They now knew that while this person was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Idiot master, don't let him injure you. When Ao Jiao saw the situation, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Qin, afraid that he would get careless. Great, desolate Ian bloodline, alloy battle armor, only I am supreme. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated his various trump cards. He instantly activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline, and the alloy battle armor covered his entire body. In an instant, silver battle armor covered Xiao Chen's entire body. After that, without even thinking, Xiao Chen stepped forward and used offense as defense. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Qin. Then he used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move to clash. It was not over yet. Martial and soul as one. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, he entered the state of martial and soul as one. The fist light that burst out immediately made the world pale. Aside from Xiao Chen's fist light, only black and white remained on the comprehension platform. Bang! The two fists clashed, and a thunderous sound shook the surroundings. A terrifying light wave radiated in all directions. The ancient comprehension platform seemed to tremble slightly. Martial and soul as one. Be it the alloy battle armor or the great, desolate Ian bloodline, they were not shocking. This was because everyone could feel the great, desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Qin. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Alliance would have alloy battle armor. Mu Yunju must have taken all this into account. However, be it Mu Yunju or the watching super faction disciples, none of them expected Xiao Qin to have comprehended martial and soul as one. This was a state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. A resplendent light erupted from the comprehension platform. It was too piercing and eye-catching, preventing people from seeing the situation inside. Who lost? After Xiao Qin entered the state of martial and soul as one, the crowd felt that something unexpected might happen in the originally one-sided situation. However, at this crucial moment, they could not see the situation inside. This immediately made them anxious. Chapter 21-22. When the light scattered, Xiao Chen's and Mu Yunju's figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes on the comprehension platform. Xiao Qin retreated. However, the one who retreated was not Xiao Qin, but Mu Yunju. One move to decide the victor. If Xiao Qin could receive one move and not retreat, it would be Xiao Chen's victory. However, no one expected Xiao Qin to use offense as defense. He wore the alloy battle armor, activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline, and used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move under martial and soul as one to force Mu Yunju back. To think that Mu Yunju got knocked back. Mu Yunju paled on the comprehension platform. He had anticipated everything. He had even anticipated the horrifying eruption of the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, he had not expected Xiao Qin to grasp the mysteries of martial and soul as one, perfectly merging the will of soul and the martial Tao. The will of the martial Tao was boundlessly ethereal. Only cultivators with an extremely high mental state, able to discern their true self at all times, could sense it. Many people cultivated their entire lives, only knowing how to get stronger. They might not even sense their own will of the martial Tao when they died. It was already extremely rare for one to sense one's own will of the martial Tao. Furthermore, one could perfectly merge it with the will of soul. This was a level that anyone would be envious of. Whoosh! A golden light flowed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he withdrew his move and moved back. A trace of his will appeared at the corner of his lips. Honestly speaking, Mu Yunju's injuries were even more severe than the other parties. This was how offensive techniques worked. After continuously receiving injuries, one's aura would always be stronger than the other parties. Injuring the enemy by 1,000 while injuring oneself by 800 was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. If the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, he might not be able to last before the other party died. Mu Yunju, it is already clear who won and who lost. You can scram now. Ao Jiao walked over. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled into crescent moons, her youthful face filled with mischief. Mu Yunju gritted his teeth, showing an uncertain expression. Getting off before everyone was a great humiliation. How could he, Mu Yunju, do such an embarrassing thing? However, he was the one who suggested this bet. If he did not do it, no one would believe him in the future. He would not be able to survive in the faux god world. Senior brother, I'll scram for you. Hong Tao, who was at the side, felt anxious. Mu Yunju was one of the faces of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If he left, the profound Heaven Holy Land would lose a lot of face. Without waiting for Mu Yunju's reply, Hong Tao rolled on the ground and landed on the 100,000 steps. Come back! Mu Yunju shouted and forcibly grabbed Hong Tao. Then he said, I'll scram by myself. After that, Mu Yunju looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, Today you made me scram down these 100,000 steps. Next time, I, Mu Yunju, will make you kneel down step by step on these 100,000 steps. Looking at the grievances he had suffered, his face was filled with unwillingness, and he wanted to work hard. Xiao Chen could not bear to watch this any longer. He said indifferently, Interesting. You have two mouths, but you have already said everything. Even if you admit defeat, you still have to gnash your teeth in anger. Who was it that thought that my cultivation was low and wanted to provoke me into a bet to teach me a lesson? Isn't it you, Mu Yunju? Who was it that monopolized the comprehension platform, acting tyrannically and wanting to teach someone a lesson after coming to take a look? Now, you dug a hole for yourself, and you still want to take revenge on me. Mu Yunju, this is all you are capable of. Quickly scram. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? You. Mu Yunju felt ashamed of himself. His face flushed red, appearing flustered and exasperated. You are not convinced? Do you think that I only won against you with martial and soul as one? You only won against me because you came to the faux god world a few years earlier. Give me half a year, and I will be able to defeat you. Xiao Qin believed that he would have no problem defeating such a narrow-minded person who dragged his feet in half a year. If Mu Yunju had immediately scrammed off without saying anything else, Xiao Chen would have a higher opinion of him and remind him to be careful of this person in the future. Now that Mu Yunju acted like this, he could not even afford to lose. How could he be magnanimous? Very well. I, Mu Yunju, will give you half a year. After half a year, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Dong! Mu Yunju felt extremely sullen. Right after he spoke, he did not say anything more, just scramming off with a sullen expression. Senior brother, the profound Heaven Holy Land's people immediately panicked. They looked at Xiao Qin and said, You are dead for sure. This girl has less than half a year left in the faux god world. Let's see what you will do then. After glaring at Xiao Qin, these people quickly chased after Mu Yunju. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he looked at Ao Jiao and said, You are leaving in half a year? Is that half a year in the outside world or half a year in the faux god world? During the half a year in the faux god world, The members of the other super factions can enter the faux god world. As long as they meet the requirements, they can enter. There are many slots. There is no need to be like the Heavenly Alliance, which uses up all the slots for the next 500 years. Now that I think about it, I have been here for a long time already. Ao Jiao revealed a smile as she explained to Xiao Qin. Unfortunately, they managed to meet each other after so much difficulty. To think that they could only interact for half a year. Hee. Actually, there is no need to find it unfortunate. After you leave, you can come to the Golden Crow Empire to look for me at any time. I only need to wait for you in the outside world for 1 year. Oh, right, Lu Ryue came to the faux god world as well. However, she does not seem to remember anything. She has no impression of me at all. Ao Jiao said with wide eyes, finding it strange. Xiao Qin felt excited. He had not expected Lu Ryue to come to the faux god world as well. However, after thinking about it, the 8 great empires all relied on the Bushin Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chen would enter the Bushin Palace as well. Perhaps he would enter the faux god world through the Bushin Palace. It would not be strange for Lu Ryue to come. What's wrong with you? Why are you so calm after hearing that Lu Ryue is here? Ao Jiao asked with a smile as she blinked. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said somewhat dispiritedly, I already met her. The White Dragon King sealed her memories, so she does not have much of an impression of me. I do not know how to face her, either. I can only help her recover her memories after I grow stronger. You are really silly. I heard that she is still single and has rejected countless suitors. How could it be that easy to forget her memories of Qingyun Peak? There are definitely some unforgettable feelings in there. Can't you try to get her back? She is still single now, but what if she gets abducted before she recovers her memories? You won't even be able to cry then. Ao Jiao scolded Xiao Qin, rendering him speechless. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. It made sense. However, he was not very good at this. I'll slow down first. Since the comprehension platform is empty, I'll comprehend my Tao first. Xiao Chen did not have any good ideas for now. He could only make a mental note and finish what he was doing first. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting cross-legged on a true god prayer mat, Ao Jiao sighed helplessly. However, when she saw a little yellow feather flying over, she smiled happily. What a fool! He is still as silly as before. Little yellow feather, don't you think so? Xiao Chen was indeed silly, a silly, clumsy blockhead. However, he was still him. He was still the trashy master that made Ao Jiao worry for him, helpless and heartbroken. Little yellow feather's disdainful voice rang out in Ao Jiao's mind. He is definitely stupid, but not necessarily silly. Back then, if not for this little brother fanning the flames, who knows when this foolish fellow would have arrived on the island. Fortunately, he did something in the end. He is not hopelessly stupid. When Ao Jiao heard that, she immediately blushed slightly. She said bashfully, If you keep speaking nonsense, I'll hit you. Ha ha ha. I'm not speaking nonsense. It's the truth. Ha ha. The young woman and the golden crow happily played around on the comprehension platform. After a while, Ao Jiao grabbed Little Yellow Feather and said, That's enough. Don't be noisy. Xiao Qin is comprehending. All right, I won't be noisy, I won't be noisy. Jie, Jie, Jie. Just at this moment, a strange cry rang out. A scarlet light appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The demon blood vulture appeared with bloodshot eyes. Then it flew towards the golden crow, excitedly. Jie, 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 Jie. Ao Jiao frowned slightly. This should be Xiao Chen's demonic pet. However, why does it feel somewhat silly? Golden crow, golden crow. The demon blood vulture was a mutated demonic pet with a trace of a divine beast's bloodline. It immediately felt the pure divine might from the golden crow and could not control its excitement. This situation was like a human cultivator seeing an idol that they worshipped for a long time. "Who are you?" "Big brother, I'm the demon blood vulture." When the demon blood vulture saw that the golden crow actually responded to it, it immediately became even more excited. "That's not right. I should call you Bird King. Golden Feather Great King, I'll follow you." "Ha ha ha. That's easy, that's easy. Your master used to follow me as well. You have good eyes. I'll take in this little brother." Little Yellow Feather cackled. Chapter 21-23 Tao Comprehension Platform. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged on the True God praying mat. Soon he felt the Tao rhyme contained within the praying mat, which spread out in front of him like an ocean. It was like he was sitting cross-legged in a sea formed by the Tao, forgetting himself and the world. He opened his mind, and all he could see were the Tao marks left behind by the various experts and seniors, and they formed a myriad of phenomena and worlds. The thousands of Taos appeared incredibly complicated. Xiao Qin calmed his heart and sought the Tao. In this world, he materialized the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in the mortal realm. In an instant, the myriad of phenomena disappeared, leaving only Xiao Chen's phenomenon in the human world. With the nurturing of the grand Tao ocean, Xiao Chen was able to develop all sorts of thoughts in his heart to the limit. It was truly boundlessly profound, causing one to click one's tongue in wonder and forget everything as they immerse themselves within it. After a while, he turned into a Buddha. His face was expressionless as he looked around coldly. Who is in the human world? Buddha is in the human world. He used the swastika Buddhist seal to summon the supreme, killing Buddha to descend into the world. With the might of the Buddha, he shocked the world and stabilized the seas and 8 desolate lands. A moment later, killing intent filled the sky and gathered at the swastika on his forehead. Who is in the human world? I am in the human world. The Buddha is me, and I am the Buddha. With the saber in my hand, I walk the world on behalf of the Buddha, subduing demons and vanquishing demons. As the mysterious phenomena materialized became more and more varied, Xiao Chun gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. Whether Buddha is in the human world or I am in the human world, it doesn't matter. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in the mortal realm depended on how one comprehended it and what to choose. On the other hand, the Buddha in the human world was inclined towards defense and deterrence. It summoned the killing Buddha to defend against attacks from all directions and deterred the small evils in the human world. When I am in the mortal world, my murderous intent is even heavier. I am walking the mortal world on behalf of Buddha. I am Buddha and Buddha is me. The saber in my hand can start a massacre. Those who do not respect me are all evil demons. How domineering! After Xiao Chun understood this, he was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that the Buddhist sect, which was known for its benevolence and virtue, would have such a tyrannical martial technique. But on second thought, there was no need to make a fuss about it. Only the strong could be merciful, because only the unrivaled could make a merciful choice. The weak couldn't even survive themselves, so how could they be merciful? How could they pity others? The phrase Buddha is merciful was actually the truth of Buddhism. The strong were invincible and compassionate. The weak were useless and begged for their lives. Xiao Qin didn't want to think too deeply about such profound principles. Right now, he had 2 choices in front of him. Am I in the human world? Or is Buddha in the human world? One was attacking while the other was defending. After pondering for a while, Xiao Qin made a choice. He chose to guard the Buddha in the human world. Xiao. After making his choice, the mysterious phenomena that he had conjured all disappeared, leaving only a single one. It was an unparalleled killing Buddha. It turned into a strand of Buddhist light and entered the space between Xiao Chen's brows. The true meaning of being in the mortal realm was comprehended at this point. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked around. There were already many people sitting on the prayer mats beside him. Looking around, Ao Jiao and the blonde had already disappeared from the enlightenment platform. After capturing someone, Shao Qin asked, "This brother, do you know how long I have been comprehending on this enlightenment platform?" The Heavenly Alliances, Shao Qin? That person initially appeared somewhat impatient. However, when he saw Shao Chen's appearance, he asked uncertainly, "That is me. So it is you. 1 month has already passed since your conflict with Mu Yunju. You are really something. You just arrived, and you already made Mu Yunju roll off the enlightenment platform. You ended up benefiting us. However, speaking of which, you have to be careful. Mu Yunju already said that he would come and look for you half a year later." It turned out that 1 month had already passed. This made sense. On the Enlightenment Sea, Shao Chun materialized the various mysterious phenomena in the human world to their limits. Finally, he confirmed the 2 correct choices. Immersed in it, Shao Qin forgot about the flow of time. "Many thanks." Shao Chun expressed his thanks and left alone. After 1 month, Ao Jiao should have returned already. In the Void God realm, everyone only had 10 years of time. Time was limited, and no one could waste it. Without thinking too much, Shao Qin headed back to his residence. Shao Qin had started practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in the mortal realm, in the drill ground of his residence. He had already comprehended the true meaning of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique on the comprehension platform. Shao Chen executed it in one go without any hindrance. He had chosen Buddha in the world, so it was destined that this move would not be able to cause too much damage. It was more focused on defense and deterrence. However, this effect was what Shao Chen wanted. In terms of killing, the might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3rd move, entering hell, was already sufficient as a powerful killing move. The various saber moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques did not differ in strength. Each move had its own specialties suitable for specific environments. There was no difference in strength. Every move was a killer move that could be used as a trump card. As he became more familiar with the mortal realm, Shao Qin sheathed his saber and entered deep thought. Each move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique could be a killing move. However, one could not directly use a killing move in a regular fight. Furthermore, one could not keep up with the expenditure. In the past, Shao Qin had the 1,000 army break to make up for this. However, now that he was a sovereign personage, the 1,000 army break clearly could not keep up with his cultivation. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one could obtain cultivation techniques, martial techniques, divine weapons, and any other resources one wanted. Of course, one needed faux god coins. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Shao Qin saw a figure approaching from afar, flying towards him. It was Ao Jiao. When Shao Qin saw the other party, he waved his hand and removed the restriction around his residence. Congratulations! Those who can last 1 month on the comprehension platform must have gained something, Shao Qin said with a smile. After Ao Jiao landed, she said with a smile. Little yellow feather and the demon blood vulture chased after her in the air. Shao Qin took a look and fixed his gaze on Ao Jiao. Then he smiled softly and said, "Fortunately, I comprehended the true meaning of a killing move. I did not waste 1 month." Ao Jiao suggested to Shao Qin, "Let's go. Let's go to the trial tower." Most newcomers would go to the trial tower first, after familiarizing themselves with it. Firstly, they could verify their strength, and secondly, earn faux god coins. Should I go after some time? I still have room for improvement. The Holy Domain envoy once introduced the trial tower to Shao Qin. It was the first way for newcomers to earn faux god coins. However, Shao Qin feared that the faux god world had a limit. If he was not strong enough, he would be wasting this opportunity. It's fine. The trial tower does not have a limit. We can go at any time. Let's go then. After chatting for a while, the two arrived before the trial tower in the divine capital. The Tower of Trials was situated in the middle of the largest lake in the divine capital. A small path paved with bamboo, and would lead directly to the Tower of Trials. This was a pagoda made of jade. It had a total of 81 floors, looking like a sword piercing the clouds. The trial tower had not opened yet, so many cultivators gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from the Heavenly Alliance, waiting in line. As Xiao Chen sized up the trial tower, he asked out of curiosity, "How do I earn faux god coins?" Ao Jiao explained, "You will obtain the corresponding faux god coins by breaking through the corresponding floor. Everyone has only one chance. This is the basic faux god coins. On top of this, if one performs well, there will be additional rewards." Perform well. Yes. The time taken to clear each floor is recorded. If you can enter the top 10, it will be considered an outstanding performance. If you can break the record, it will be incredible. You will obtain a large number of faux god coins. You might even attract the attention of the older generation faux gods, who will give you pointers behind closed doors in the faux god world. So that was the case. The trial tower really had many benefits. Not only could one test one's strength, but one could also obtain faux god coins. If one performed well, one could even attract the attention of faux god powerhouses. Xiao Qin. Several people from the Heavenly Alliance recognized Xiao Qin. They had gotten to know each other on the way here. When they saw Xiao Qin arrive, they greeted him. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and responded to all of them. This is... Suddenly, Xiao Qin noticed a stone stele in front of the trial tower. Many people were looking at it. This is the glory stele. The names of the record holders of each floor are recorded there. Xiao Qin went over and looked from top to bottom. The top row was empty. There was no record of anyone clearing the 81st floor. Xiao Qin continued looking, and a familiar yet unfamiliar name entered his eyes. The record holder of the 80th floor, the Universe Origin Sex, Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Qin was stunned for a while. Then he muttered, "Is this the Chu Chaoyan I know?" Chapter 21-24. Chu Chaoyan? Is that the Chu Chaoyan I know? Ordinary people could not come into contact with the 8 superfactions. They only knew of their existence on the surface. The Universe Origin Sex faction on the surface was the Tianwu dynasty of the 3 dynasties, a major faction that ruled the central Great Realm. The person who broke the Trial Tower's 80th floor record was the Universe Origin Sex Chu Chaoyan. That was to say, if Xiao Chen's guess was right, he should be from the Tianwu dynasty. He might be the Chu Chaoyan that Xiao Chen knew, the one who used the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind to come to the Great Thousand Realms from the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyan. Ao Jiao gave Xiao Chen a definite answer. Then she said softly, "That's right. It is that Chu Chaoyan that you know. I met him once 5 years ago. However, he caught the eye of a powerhouse in the faux god world long ago and received closed-door guidance. It is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not. It really is him." Xiao Chen could not help recalling. After a while he asked, "Why do you say that it is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not?" Ao Jiao explained, "According to the rules of the faux god world, after one becomes a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, one has to leave even before the 10 years are up. Chu Chaoyan possesses outstanding talent, but I am not sure. Furthermore, he received closed-door guidance from a powerhouse in the faux god world. He might have already become a divine vein realm sovereign emperor." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. Ao Jiao's words immediately shocked him. After not meeting for so many years, Chu Chaoyan has actually become so strong already? If that was really the case, there was only one possibility. Chu Chaoyan should have come into contact with the Tianwu dynasty's royal court. In the past few years, Chu Chaoyan had been enjoying the resources of the royal court. Then he entered the Universe Origin sect and was sent to the faux god world. This put some pressure on Xiao Chen, but he did not feel too anxious. Xiao Chen had an acquired divine body and a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline. His cultivation would definitely improve slower than others. If Xiao Chen had the same physical body as the others, he would have reached peak sovereign personage long ago. Right now, he was neither in a rush nor too slow. If he continued walking down his own path, he would eventually be able to achieve what he wanted. Xiao Chen was full of confidence in himself. These 10 years in the faux god realm would be the most crucial time for him to climb to the peak. As Xiao Chen continued to read on the honor stele, he discovered that the fastest record for many levels was Chu Chaoyan. This guy, I really want to meet him. Xiao Chen was slightly shocked and said softly. The other Heavenly Alliance members were similarly shocked at this name that appeared many times, appearing somewhat envious. Indeed, the other super factions have deeper accumulations. There is no one from my Heavenly Alliance on this record stele. I heard that you can't use alloy battle armor in the trial tower. You can choose your own weapon, but all other treasures are prohibited. However, we have 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages in our batch. Perhaps we can change things. I hope so. As the crowd discussed, an old man with white eyebrows and a beard walked out of the trial tower. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "So, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers have arrived. No wonder there are so many people here this time." Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the person in charge of the trial tower. After explaining the rules to the crowd, he said, "This trial tower can only allow a maximum of 5 people to enter at a time. Remember not to use any secret treasures aside from weapons after you enter. I will not say anything else. Do as you please." Right after the white-bearded old man spoke, 5 people immediately stepped forward and entered the trial tower, appearing very confident. However, in less than 15 minutes, the first person to be eliminated appeared with an unsightly expression. He was eliminated on the first floor. Time passed slowly. At first, everyone was eager to try. However, their expressions slowly turned grave. For hours later, most people were stuck on the first floor. Only 2 or 3 people managed to break through to the second floor. However, no one managed to break through to the third floor. The difficulty surpassed everyone's expectations. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. There is a small hurdle every 3 floors of the trial tower and a large hurdle every 9 floors. Most newcomers stop at the 3rd floor. If you can break through to the 3rd floor on your first attempt, that would already be extremely incredible. So that is the case. Then what will happen if I break through to the 6th floor on my first attempt?" Haha. If you break through to the 6th floor on your first attempt, then all the faux god powerhouses in the entire holy domain will fight to recruit you. The old man stroked his beard and laughed softly. Clearly, he did not believe that anyone could break through to the 6th floor on their first attempt. As Xiao Chen looked at the trial tower, he entered deep thought. Is it really that difficult? Look, someone broke through to the 3rd floor. It must be Saber Demon Wu Meng. A spot of light flickered on the trial tower's 4th floor. Of the 5 people in there, only Saber Demon Wu Meng possessed such strength. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng moved like a hot knife through butter. After breaking through to the 3rd floor, he continued on to the 2nd floor. However, he did not last long on the 6th floor before being defeated. Whoosh! Wu Meng appeared somewhat fatigued. However, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes as he said, "Great!" The white-bearded old man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes lit up as well. Even in the other super factions, people who managed to make it to the 6th floor on their first attempt were rare. Spear, Sovereign MOU, and Sword Venerate Gongzilan entered the trial tower one after another. The 2 did not disappoint, making it to the 6th floor. However, they also did not last long before being defeated. Of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, only Grim Reaper Lin Feng remained. Lin Feng showed an indifferent expression. His eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of color. No one dared to look at him. Whoosh! Without any warning, Zhang Xian entered the trial tower without a sound or warning. The white-bearded old man felt slightly startled. His eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Death Dao Domain!" After Lin Feng entered the trial tower, the many faux god powerhouses in closed-door cultivation in the floating palaces in the sky of the divine capital opened their eyes. Before Grim Reaper Lin Feng entered the faux god world, many Holy Domain faux gods already knew his name. Many people thought highly of him, a descendant who could comprehend the Death Dao Domain. Such a person would definitely become a sovereign emperor. If he could light up his divine flame in the future and advance to faux god, he would immediately soar. Lin Feng was a rare good sapling. Whether it was taking him in as a disciple or as a nominal disciple, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Ao Jiao said after some thought, "How strong! To think that a demonic genius appeared in your heavenly alliance. I believe that as long as he makes it to the 6th floor, a faux god will definitely appear and give him closed-door guidance." A faux god's time was very precious. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, being able to receive a faux god's closed-door guidance was an extremely high honor and rare. Xiao Chen said softly, "This person is indeed very strong. However, his character is somewhat strange. I have practically never seen him speak. The murderous aura on his body is even more terrifying, but there seems to be an aura on him that I'm very familiar with." A very familiar aura? Yes. However, there is no need to look into this. Let's see how many floors he can make it to. Before everyone's anticipation, Lin Feng, who is known as the Grim Reaper, fought steadily, living up to everyone's expectations. He broke through the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. Soon, he arrived at the crucial 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan all looked somewhat nervous. Previously, the 4 had been equally famous. The 3 of them had been eliminated on the 6th floor. If Lin Feng passed the 6th level, it would undoubtedly mean that Lin Feng's strength was a level higher than theirs. The proud and arrogant people would definitely find this hard to accept. Time passed slowly. Soon, Lin Feng lasted longer than Saber Demon Wu Meng and the others on the 6th floor. Is this fellow really going to break through to the 6th floor? Saber Demon Wu Meng said with a frown. He had personally experienced the horrors of the 6th floor and naturally knew. Whoosh! Just as Wu Meng Mou and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan felt uncertain, a light flashed in the trial tower, and a spot of light appeared on the 7th floor. Lin Feng broke through. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He really broke through to the 6th floor. Entering the Holy Domain's divine capital with such a person placed a mountain of pressure on them. After breaking through to the 6th floor, Lin Feng remained on the 7th floor for several times longer than on the 6th floor. Clearly, he was already a spent force. However, Lin Feng forcefully broke through again and charged to the 8th floor. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he stepped onto the 9th floor. Even the jaws of the disciples of the other super factions nearly fell off in shock. This was Lin Feng's first time entering the trial tower, and he already charged to the 9th floor. This was truly horrifying. However, the miracle ended here. Lin Feng failed on the 9th floor. The instant Lin Feng was sent out of the trial tower, 4 faux god experts descended from the sky. After they appeared, they extended invitations to him. The strong auras of faux gods pressured others to the point of suffocation. However, the 4 faux gods before Lin Feng had smiles on their faces. They withdrew their auras and walked over. Haha, I say, there is no need for the 4 of us to fight here. That's true. This is not a good place to talk. Little friend Lin Feng, are you willing to move to another place to talk? Some hesitation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Then he nodded silently. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, these faux gods and Lin Feng vanished from everyone's sight. Damn! To think that 4 faux gods took a fancy to him at the same time. When the disciples of the other super factions saw the scene, they felt somewhat envious and went crazy. Compared to the people who came to the Heavenly Alliance in the beginning, they knew very well what kind of honor it was to be favored by a faux god expert. The benefits of being able to get a faux god expert to give up their precious time to provide closed-door guidance were endless. Only geniuses among geniuses were qualified to be favored by a faux god expert and willing to spend time to give pointers. Under normal circumstances, faux gods would not even be willing to spare a few more glances at a sovereign personage that they looked down on. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Gong Zilan, and the other two felt somewhat helpless as they watched the four faux god experts invite Lin Feng away. Gong Zilan said somewhat unhappily, "I can already condense divine energy in advance. Why are no faux god experts interested in me?" Wu Meng smiled mockingly and said, "Save it. Your little tricks are nothing before a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor. What more a faux god expert? Humph! I will prove it to everyone." Gong Zilan snorted coldly and turned to leave. His pride must have suffered a huge blow. Chapter 21-25. On his first attempt, he managed to clear the trial tower's 6th floor in one go, attracting the attention of 4 faux god experts. The main reason why Lin Feng could attract 4 faux god experts at once was not because he had broken through to the 6th layer, but because his name had already spread in some circles of the faux god world before he came. High-level great Daos were existences that were much stronger than elemental great Daos. Very few faux gods could comprehend high-level great Tao. However, once they did, it would be incredible. Without exception, they were definitely the top few faux gods, existences so strong that they were suffocating. For a seedling like Lin Feng, he was still far from becoming a faux god. However, once he became a faux god, he would immediately surpass many older faux gods, and his status would rise infinitely. This was equivalent to a commoner in the secular world who had the fate of the Son of Heaven. Roping them in and building a good relationship with them would only bring benefits and no harm. Coupled with his outstanding talent, faux god experts were naturally willing to spend time to guide such a person. If you put yourself in his shoes, you would understand. However, even if they understood this, the Heavenly Alliance members and a few members of the other super factions still felt shocked. "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen mischievously. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, it was the others who looked up to Xiao Chen. Anyone who lived in the same era as him would feel great pressure, forever seeing Xiao Chen's back. After arriving in the faux god world, Xiao Chen became one of the many people watching the backs of others like everyone else. Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind Ao Jiao's words and said, "I'm used to it. After coming to the boundless world, I've had too many similar experiences." The other monstrous geniuses of the great Thousand Realms had given Xiao Chen many surprises and shocks. He was already used to it. There was no need to be envious or jealous of others. If Xiao Chen exposed the state of cycle in the Heavenly Alliance's test, he would receive the same amount of attention as Grim Reaper Lin Feng. But there was no need. Many years ago, Xiao Chen understood that people had to live for themselves. Xiao Chen had only just comprehended the state of cycle. He was far from being able to bring it out. He just had to follow his own rhythm and walk step by step. He couldn't let mundane matters mess up his state of mind. Ao Jiao smiled and did not mention it. She said in a deep voice, "How many rounds do you think you can pass this time?" Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, "Not counting some trump cards, my strength is weaker than Gong Zilan MOU and Saber Demon Wu Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, I should stop at the 6th layer. Breaking through the 3rd layer shouldn't be a problem. Most people would not be able to pass the 3rd level of the trial tower on their first attempt. Of the 100-odd people in the Heavenly Alliance, only 4 or 5 managed to clear the 3rd floor. Aside from Lin Feng, only Gong Zilan's group of 3 managed to make it to the 6th floor. White-robed Xiao Chen, Why aren't you going to challenge the trial? As the two chatted, Xiao Qin saw Spear King Mou and Saber Demon Wu Meng walking over. The one who spoke was Saber Demon Wu Meng. He was a rather strong and forthright man. However, the two had not interacted before. Now that Saber Demon Wu Meng took the initiative to come over, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "There's no rush. I made a bet with Mou that you could make it to the 6th floor. He did not believe it and looked down on you." Saber Demon Wu Meng smiled. He radiated a strong, murderous qi, looking ferocious. Although this smile was meant to express friendliness, it still looked very scary. Mou, who carried a spear on his back, showed an indifferent expression, his gaze cold. His aura was similar to Lin Feng's. However, there was still a fundamental difference. Mou cultivated the Ice Great Tao, so his character was naturally like this, unlike Mou, who had no color in his eyes. Mou said coldly, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. In my eyes, Xiao Qin is an opponent on the same level as Lin Feng. However, he still lacks some time." Wu Meng smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I don't care about that. In any case, you might not believe that Xiao Qin can make it to the 6th floor, but I do. Xiao Qin, don't disappoint me. We made a bet of 100 faux god coins." Clearly, being thought highly of by an expert like Wu Meng was something to be happy about. Xiao Qin said, "I'll do my best." Not many people from the Heavenly Alliance had yet to enter the Trial Tower. After greeting the two, Xiao Qin headed for the Trial Tower. "Xiao Qin, I heard that he was the one who forced Mu Yinju down 100,000 steps 1 month ago." "Cut it out. Senior Brother Mu was just careless. If not for the solar divine daughter of Bushin Palace relying on the Golden Crow, holy beast, Senior Brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. Senior Brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. I heard that he is only 47 years old this year. He is like the geniuses of the universe Origin Sect and Bushin Palace, possessing boundless potential." Xiao Chen's appearance caused a huge commotion. It was unavoidable to mention what happened on the comprehension platform 1 month ago. Many of the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples immediately felt upset and started retorting. At the same time, at a palace high in the sky of the Holy Domain's divine capital, suddenly an old man with an aged expression descended. This old man exuded a strong aura, and a vast saber intent radiated from his forehead. The old man walked out of the palace and smiled softly. "Shimu, you are here?" Shimu nodded and replied softly, "I heard that 2 excellent bladesman saplings came from the Heavenly Alliance's batch of newcomers. It seems that they are here for the Trial Tower's opening this time." "You are here to find an inheritor? I'm already old. I don't want the saber techniques that I spent so much effort on to not have an inheritor." Finding an inheritor is really difficult." "You old fogey, aren't your standards too high? In the past few centuries, how many seedlings have we, your old friends, introduced to you? Even if there are not 10,000, there are at least 8 or 9,000 outstanding talents who want to inherit your legacy. However, you still look down on them." It was clear that the 2 old men had a good relationship. They did not hold back as they joked. "Faux God," Shimu shook his head slightly and said, "It is better to go without than to find someone suitable. They might as well stop me. Have they started yet?" Wu Meng already came out. "However, I've already recorded the entire process of him clearing the trial for you." The other one just entered. After the old man finished speaking, he handed a jade strip to Shimu. Shimu received the jade strip and gave it a cursory look. Then his eyes lit up. The other old man smiled and said, "This person is known as the Saber Demon in the Heavenly Alliance. When he executed his saber techniques, he was like a mad demon. His killing qi surged everywhere, and he did not hold back when he used it. However, he did not fall into the demonic Tao. Clearly, he could control it very well, showing finesse despite the coarseness. He is a rare genius in the saber technique. Not bad, not bad. This kind of crazed demonic energy is rare. He is a true bladesman with the heart of a bladesman. Shimu put away the jade strip and nodded in praise. However, he did not say anything. He asked, "What about the other person?" "The other person is equally incredible. He entered the Heavenly Alliance at the age of 47. He is known as the White-Robed Bladesman. Although he is young, his saber techniques are experienced and steady. He walks his own saber Dao, which is different from the various schools of saber techniques." When introducing Xiao Qin, this old man was not stingy with his praise. Creating his own saber Dao, he is merely 47, and he wants to create his own saber Dao. He overestimates himself and is too boastful. Shimu frowned slightly when he heard that, feeling dissatisfied. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Coincidentally, he just entered the trial tower. How about we watch first? The other old man suggested. Shimu nodded and said, "Let's watch." Many of the youths nowadays are proud and arrogant. They refuse to submit to anyone and want to reach the sky in one step. They look down on all the senior powerhouses, thinking that they can create a Tao that surpasses the predecessors. In reality, they are just people who look at the sky from the bottom of a well. By the time they regret it, it will already be too late. The other old man's heart skipped a beat. My old friend, Shimu, hates people who bite off more than they can chew. It looks like it will be difficult for this Xiao Qin to gain Shimu's favor. Saber Demon Wu Meng's hopes were much higher. Inside the trial tower, Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he entered the first floor. He did not know that two faux god experts were paying attention to his every move. Xiao Qin curiously sized up his surroundings. When he entered the first floor, a small light figure that looked like a realm spirit appeared before him. Heavenly Alliances, Xiao Qin, welcome to the trial tower. I am the item spirit responsible for maintaining the trial tower. As this is your first time challenging the trial tower, you do not have many privileges. Right now, you only have one privilege. You can choose the location of the first floor: desolate plains, desert, or grassland. Anything else? You only have these 3 privileges for now. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. The 3 locations were about the same. None of them suited his attributes, so he could only choose one randomly. Desert. All right. The first floor's trial begins now. Good luck. Right after the trial tower's item spirit spoke, the scene before Xiao Qin suddenly changed. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast sea of sand. Chapter 21-26. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and yellow sand covered the ground. The boundless sand dunes looked like a golden sea. The content of the trial? As Xiao Qin stood in the sea of sand, he cautiously looked around. He thought about how to proceed in the upcoming trial, not daring to lower his guard. Although Xiao Qin was fully confident of clearing the 3rd floor, many people in the Heavenly Alliance had fallen on the 1st floor. However, many people in the Heavenly Alliance fell on the 1st floor as well. Xiao Qin could not be careless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-clad cultivator carrying 2 sabers on his back appeared from the sand behind Xiao Qin. Only his eyes were exposed as he charged at Xiao Qin. Amid rumbling sounds, a boundless sea of sand surged up like a tsunami behind the black-clad cultivator. This clearly showed the black-clad cultivator's aura. The instant the black-clad cultivator drew his sabers and chopped down, a terrifying, mysterious phenomenon materialized. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around instantly turned pitch black. The vast saber might contain terrifying pressure. The black-clad cultivator turned around and drew his saber, instantly spreading out his thunder Dao domain. After blocking the other party's saber might, Xiao Qin easily blocked the other party's sabers with his tyrant saber. The sand under his feet did not move at all. Dang! 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 The black-clad masked cultivator did not stop at all after missing his first strike. The two sabers danced as he launched a frenzied attack in the air. Thunder clouds instantly covered the sky. Every move Xiao Chen made carried the power of lightning. This black-clad cultivator's attacks were very ferocious, catching others off guard. His saber techniques were exquisite, showing no obvious openings. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the other party to have a Thunder Dao domain as well. The usage of the two sabers also made his eyes light up. This is interesting. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he temporarily dodged the attacks. As he retreated, he calmly analyzed his opponent's strength. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chen dealt with the moves as they came, not flustered at all. The two clashed with their Thunder Dao domains and their saber techniques, starting an intense battle in the vast yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers around. The other party's cultivation is higher than mine, and he has rich combat experience. He grasps the same Thunder Dao domain as me. He does not fear pain. It seems like the damage I inflicted on him does not affect him at all. Why does it feel like this matter is somewhat familiar? As Xiao Chen analyzed his opponent's strength, he was surprised to find the other party very familiar. The black and white eggs were combat puppets. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The masked, black-clad cultivator before Xiao Chen seemed very similar to the black and white eggs. Could it be that the opponents he had to challenge in this experiential training were black and white eggs? Combat puppets similar to the black and white eggs? If that was the case, it was understandable why some people couldn't even pass the first trial. After all, 4 years ago, Xiao Chen had been mistreated by the black and white eggs for 4 years. Although the black-clad masked cultivator before Xiao Chen was much weaker than the black and white eggs and did not have the intelligence of the black and white eggs, he did not possess the strength of a faux god. However, it was normal for others to be defeated in the first round if they were unable to adapt quickly. If it's really as I guessed, then I've gained quite a bit of advantage from this trial. After all, Xiao Chen had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years and was very familiar with such combat puppets. It was like he had been on the trial for 4 years. Compared to the other rookies, he had a huge advantage. Don't worry, I'll take it slow. Xiao Chen thought of a possibility. This might be a huge opportunity before him, so he had to grasp it properly. Outside the trial tower, the many Heavenly Alliance members and the disciples of the other super factions watched Xiao Chen's trial. After all, Xiao Chen was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance and caused a huge commotion 1 month ago. If Xiao Chen did not have any results in the trial, he would definitely be mocked by others. This was especially so for the profound Heaven Holy Lands people. They hoped that Xiao Chen would be eliminated on the first floor. In the palace in the sky, the old man across from Faux God Shimu said indifferently, "It looks like this Xiao Chen is only SOO. He conforms to the norm and does not stand out at all." Unlike the people below, Faux Gods could directly see the situation inside the trial tower. The two Faux Gods could see Xiao Chen's every move. Not a single detail escaped their eyes. Shimu shook his head and said, "That's not it. You have to look at his eyes. They are clean and pure. From the start until now, they have been like an ancient well, rippling endlessly. Clearly, his mental state is extraordinary. The saber techniques he executed are even more exquisite." Exquisite? The old man across felt confused. Although he did not know much about the saber technique, he could tell that Xiao Chen's saber technique did not stand out at all. Shimu smiled faintly and said, "Yes, very exquisite." He was testing the strength of this combat puppet. However, while he was testing it, his saber technique not only stabilized the other party's attack, but he also grasped his strength perfectly. His control of strength was just right, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit wasted. It looks ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, it is impossible without a solid foundation. Shimu was a faux god famed for his saber techniques, after all. His eyes were sharp and precise. At this point, Shimu already understood that his earlier evaluation of Xiao Chen was wrong. This Xiao Chen before him was definitely not an arrogant and overbearing person who bit off more than he could chew. However, this is the faux god world, where all the outstanding talents of the world gather. He is pretty good now, but that is all. This is far from enough in the faux god world. Shimu, who set his sights very high, changed the topic and said indifferently. His meaning was clear. Xiao Chen was pretty good, but he was still too inexperienced. To others, he could be considered an outstanding talent. In Shimu's opinion, Xiao Chen was still somewhat lacking, not meeting the requirements to inherit his legacy. The old man across smiled faintly. It looked like the lucky person to inherit fiendish saber, Shimu's legacy, would be the Heavenly Alliance's Wu Meng. Trial Tower amid the yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers. It is almost as I guessed. My opponents in this trial tower are the weakened versions of the black and white eggs. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue playing with them. With this thought, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The flawless Dao used the body as a saber, objects as a saber, and thoughts as a saber. In that instant, saber lights appeared all over Xiao Chen's body. His white clothes were sabers, his fine black hair was sabers, and the yellow sand filling the air was sabers. Everything was a saber. Kassier, one saber strike. Just one saber strike. Thousands of saber lights instantly stabbed the black-clad cultivator to death. Thousands of holes appeared on the black-clad cultivator's body. Blazing saber lights burst out of every hole. Kassier, the black-clad cultivator, shattered into a pile of scrap. Indeed, it was a combat puppet. This, inside the palace, the two faux gods watching Xiao Chen were indescribably shocked. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen destroyed the combat puppet with one saber strike. Just one moment ago, Xiao Chen was still a refined and elegant man, unperturbed. In the next moment, his saber intent soared into the clouds, appearing incredulous. Thunder roared again. The sea churned like a huge wave crashing over. The sea of sand surged like a huge wave. Another two battle dolls appeared. Good timing. Xiao Chen's fighting spirit soared. He smiled and did not hold anything back, continuing to execute his flawless saber Dao. Dragon subduing stance, breaking stance, cloud soaring stance. A hazy saber intent immediately spread out in the vast desert. The desert became like a real sea, churning under Xiao Chen's feet. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Xiao Chen chopped the 2 combat puppets into pieces, displaying his tyranny. The 2 faux god old men were flabbergasted. This was not like a newcomer at all. Xiao Chen understood the combat puppet's weaknesses and openings like the back of his hand. His self-created saber, Dao, made their eyes light up and sigh in amazement. However, Xiao Chen did not feel cocky at all. After being tortured by the black and white eggs for several years, if he did not improve at all, he might as well kill himself. 2 combat puppets were destroyed. Then 3 combat puppets appeared. Then 4 more appeared. This cycle progressed. When 9 combat puppets appeared before Xiao Chen, the trial tower's item spirit's voice rang out in his ears. Trial taker Xiao Chen, the final wave of attacks is about to arrive. If you can kill all your opponents, you will pass the test. It's the final wave already? In that case, let's end it in one go. After consecutive victories, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He had already reached his peak and was still climbing. The saber intent blazing on his body and the thunderclouds spreading in the sky swallowed everything, appearing unstoppable. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. In the final wave of attacks, Xiao Chen directly executed his strongest killing move. The move with the heaviest baleful aura and killing chi of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. The Buddha said, If I do not enter hell, who will? Saber lights flashed in the desert for 500,000 kilometers. Winds blew, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. An indistinct azura hell appeared. The howling saber wind made the desert churn like waves, not resting for even a moment. Azura hell appeared completely, surrounding Shaoqin in layers. Thousands of malicious spirits and countless aggrieved spirits appeared. It was like Shaoqin had absorbed the entire hell into his body. If he was not careful, he would turn into a demon lord of hell. Intense flames covered Shaoqin's entire body, burning fiercely. He looked deranged, his expression sinister and terrifying. Only his eyes remained as calm as still water. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Shaoqin's forehead. The instant the Buddhist swastika appeared, the various evil karma, aggrieved spirits, and azura hell in Shaoqin's body were all drawn into the saber. Immediately, it seemed like Shaoqin was no longer holding a saber, but an evil dragon from hell that wanted to destroy the world. Shaoqin felt that the saber in his hand could even pierce through the sky at this moment. The saber contained a strong force. The strong energy contained in the saber made Shaoqin's entire body tremble. The moment the 9 combat puppets arrived before him, Shaoqin roared and swung the saber in his hand. Light exploded. Before the 9 combat puppets could react, this energy blasted them into dust. Then, the shock waves blasted them into nothing. When the light scattered and the storm calmed, aside from the hum of the saber in Shaoqin's hand, everything was quiet in the desert. Outside the trial tower, everyone chatted leisurely. They were not worried about whether Shaoqin could clear the first floor or not. Of course, there was always a group of people who wished for Shaoqin to be eliminated on the first floor. Humph! Don't get eliminated on the first floor. At that time, you will become a big joke. A profound heaven, holy land disciple said maliciously as he looked at the trial tower. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently. A terrifying might rushed out from the Tower of Trials. Aside from Shaoqin, all the disciples in the trial tower were forced out one by one. What's going on? My trial is not over yet. The group felt confused, not knowing what was going on. The Heavenly Alliance's people and the people of the other super factions also felt confused, not knowing what was going on. Whoosh! Suddenly, the glory steel gave off a bright light that was even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the entire divine city. When the light scattered, a name on the glory steel changed. Trial Taker Shaoqin. Congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Shaoqin is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. Then a resonant voice resounded in every corner of the Holy Domain's divine capital. The Heavenly Alliance disciples and the members of the other super factions outside the trial tower were all stupefied, flabbergasted. Several disciples in closed-door cultivation opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the trial tower. Many faux gods also appeared in the palaces where faux gods resided and looked over. How did he break the record? Is that true? Saber Demon Wu Meng and Spear Sovereign Mo, you were both stupefied. This was something they never expected. Trial Taker Shaoqin. Congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Shaoqin is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. The resonant voice rang out again, repeating 3 times in the sky above the divine capital. The voice lingered, reverberating endlessly, telling everyone that it was true. The record of the first level has finally been broken by someone. Outside the trial tower, the white-bearded old man overseeing the situation showed a complicated expression as he sighed. Chapter 21-27. Trial Taker Shaoqin, congratulations. This is your reward, the little light figure said as it looked at Shaoqin. The desert environment disappeared, and Xiao Qin reappeared in the trial tower. The trial tower's item spirit said to him, "Whoosh!" A treasure chest fell, and Xiao Qin reached out to catch it. When he opened it, he saw stacks of faux god coins neatly arranged inside. With a cursory glance, Xiao Qin was surprised to discover a total of 13,100 faux god coins. 10,000 was the reward for breaking the record. 100 was the basic reward that anyone who cleared the level could obtain. Where did the remaining 3,000 come from? Xiao Qin looked at the item spirit in confusion. The little light figure smiled and said, "There are two ways to break a record. One is to try many times, and the other is to break the record on the first try. If it is the latter, there will be a hidden reward. The hidden reward for the first floor is 3,000 faux god coins." Xiao Qin felt enlightened. As he looked at the faux god coins, he grabbed a handful with his right hand and let it slide out, breaking the record. After figuring out that the black-clad cultivators were simplified combat puppets, Xiao Qin felt that his chance to break the record had arrived. At first, he held back. After figuring out the other party's strength, he erupted in one go, even easily unleashing his strongest killing move, all for this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng charged to the 9th floor on his first attempt, attracting 4 faux god experts to descend at the same time, shocking the world. However, Lin Feng failed to break the record. Perhaps he might be able to break the records of the other upper floors after many attempts. However, he would not be able to break the record on the first try like Xiao Qin did. The record for the first floor looks simple, but in reality it is very difficult to break. This is because the trial tower has a rule. After you clear the first floor, you cannot challenge it a second time. No matter which floor you are defeated in, you will have to try again. The little light figure said after some thought, "Hence, no one has broken this record for more than 1,000 years. The reward is 10,000 faux god coins. However, the record for the second floor is not that long. Someone broke it 100 years ago, and the reward is only 3,000 faux god coins. So that is the case. The longer the record remained unbroken, the greater the reward. Of course, if you broke a high-level record, such as the record after the 20th level, the rewards would also be great. Because of the increase in difficulty, the corresponding basic rewards would also be increased. You now have a special privilege. You can freely choose the location of the second floor's trial. At the same time, you can understand the contents of the second floor's trial. So good? But this didn't seem fair to the others. However, there didn't seem to be anything unfair about it. The privilege was something he had fought for with his strength. Others could also have it if they had the strength. Tell me the details of the second trial first. The content of the second floor is the same as the first floor. It's all battle puppets. Compared to the first floor's 9 waves of attacks, the second floor has a total of 18 waves of attacks. Its strength had increased by quite a bit, more than doubling. It was truly terrifying. However, if it were a combat puppet, even if its strength surpassed that of the black and white eggs, Xiao Qin felt that he could still break the record. This was because he had 4 more years of experience than the others. He had 4 more years of experience fighting virtual, god-level combat puppets. Now, it was time to think about where to fight. Xiao Qin pondered for a moment and chose the snowfield as the location. It was a land of ice and snow. Why not a place like a thunder marsh? It was because his opponent also had a thunder Dao domain. If he could strengthen his opponent, he could strengthen his opponent as well. Although Xiao Qin did not grasp an ice Dao domain, his ice great Dao was sufficient for him to gain an advantage in the snowfield. Are you sure it is a land of ice and snow? The little light figure asked. I'm sure. Trial taker Xiao Qin, I wish you good luck. The little light figure gave its blessings before sending Xiao Qin to the trial tower's second floor. As he expected, heavy snow fell before him, a vast and boundless snowfield. Unlike Xiao Chen's calmness after breaking the record. The Heavenly Alliance disciples and the disciples of the other super factions outside the trial tower still felt stupefied. Miss Ao Jiao, how come no one has broken the first floor in the past 1,000 years? Wu Meng and Mo, you still felt excited and incredulous. They could not help asking Ao Jiao, who was beside them. Ao Jiao replied after some thought, "It's not just that no one has broken it in the past 1,000 years. Since the trial tower's existence, this first floor's record has only been broken 3 times, including Xiaochen, that is 4 times." Wu Meng and Mo, you felt slightly startled. They had not expected someone to break the seemingly simple first floor's record only 4 times. However, when they thought about it, when they first entered the trial tower and faced the first stage, they were inexperienced. They were caught off guard and nearly lost. By the time they stabilized themselves, they had already wasted a lot of time. The time he spent was several times longer than Xiaochen's. The others were probably the same as the 2 of them, or even worse. How did this fellow break the first floor's record? This won't do. I have to inform Senior Brother Mu. Horror flashed in the eyes of a profound Heaven, Holy Land disciple. After some thought, he said, "Stand guard here and see how many floors this fellow can clear. I'll go and inform Senior Brother." All right. This person was rushing out, but there were even more cultivators flying over from all directions. These people saw the profound light illuminating the divine city. When they heard that someone broke the record, they all rushed over to take a look. In a certain faux god palace in the air, Fiendish Saber, Shimu, and the old man across him remained silent for a long time. "Old fellow, what do you think?" The old man across, Shimu, asked with a grave expression. Originally, Shimu did not think highly of Xiaochen. He felt that Xiaochen was too inexperienced, lacking compared to Saber Demon Wu Meng. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen broke the first floor's record in one go. This was not the main point. The main point was Xiao Chen's final move, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques entering hell. Shimu thought for a long time before sighing. "He is rather strong." The other old man was mildly startled. Shimu's evaluation was not too high. He said that Xiao Chen was rather strong. Shimu was definitely not talking about Xiao Chen's strength, but his cultivation in the saber Dao. Shimu was known as the Fiendish Saber and had lived for a long time. In terms of bladesmen, he could be said to be one of the strongest in the faux god world, aside from that person. Right now, Xiao Chen was only a sovereign personage. To think that his skills with the saber caught Shimu's attention and even praised him. To think that the Heavenly Alliance produced 2 incredible geniuses in this batch, the old man said softly. The other person was naturally grim, Reaper, Lin Feng. At this moment, in the 2's eyes, Xiao Chen was already on the same level as Lin Feng. Due to Xiao Chen's youth, his potential was even greater. In an underground secret room in a desolate courtyard in the Holy Domain's divine capital, Senior Brother Mu, this is incredible. This was where Mu Yunju was in closed-door cultivation. After he gained something on the comprehension platform, he had been in closed-door cultivation, digesting what he gained. Mu Yunju slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "I said before, do not disturb me if there is nothing urgent. If you have something to say it quickly. Senior Brother, the fellow you told us to keep an eye on, he broke the record today. He broke the record for the trial tower's first floor." "What?" "The first floor's record." "Is that true?" "It's true." Mu Yunju suddenly stood up, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Xiao Chen had broken the record for the other floors, he would not have found it so strange. The reason for this was that Mu Yunju's name was also on the glory stele outside the trial tower. Mu Yunju was also a genius, outstanding talent who had broken the trial tower's record before, more than once. However, no one had broken the first floor's record for the past 1,000 years. Back then, even the universe origin sect's Chu Chaoyan who caused everyone to despair, could not break the first floor's record. To think that Xiao Chen did so. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Chen was now even stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Such an opponent's future potential was scary, just thinking about it. In reality, Mu Yunju was overthinking. Right now, Xiao Chen was not much stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Aside from Xiao Chen's outstanding strength, he had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years to break the record. However, Mu Yunju did not know about all this. He, who was in closed-door cultivation, felt somewhat restless. No, I have to go and take a look. Is his strength really that terrifying? Why did I not see it back then? Mu Yunju did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as he quickly left. After the two left the underground secret room, they arrived at the courtyard's gates. Before they could step out, a bright light suddenly appeared before the two. The profound Heaven Holy Land disciple who came to deliver the news found the light piercing and had to use his sleeves to cover his eyes. Trial taker Xiao Qin. Congratulations on breaking the Trial Tower's second floor's record for 100 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin is hereby rewarded with 3,000 faux god coins. When the light faded, a resonant voice rang out in the two's ears. Mu Yunju felt stunned, somewhat flabbergasted. Xiao Chun broke through 2 floors in a row, breaking another record. Chapter 21-28. The second floor's record was broken again. Inside the trial tower, Xiao Chun felt somewhat excited. Honestly speaking, he did not have much hope of breaking the second floor's record. As long as he did his best, he would try. Unexpectedly, he managed to break it again in the end. This was a pleasant surprise. Trial taker Xiao Qin. Congratulations on breaking the trial tower's second floor's record again. This is truly a cause for celebration. It has been a long time since someone broke 2 records in one day in the faux god world. The little light figure appeared and smiled faintly, giving Xiao Qin a reward. Xiao Qin opened the booth. Including the hidden reward, there was a total of 5,000 faux god coins. This was much less than the first floor's record. After all, the first floor's record remained unbroken for 1,000 years. However, the second floor's record was broken 100 years ago. Do I still have any special privileges this time? Xiao Chen was rather looking forward to this. Choosing the snowy plains as the venue was crucial for him to break another record on the second floor. Naturally, there is. Those who obtain the hidden reward will have one special privilege. Come with me to the third floor. Light and shadow flashed, and the item spirit brought Xiao Qin to the trial tower's third floor. The environment of the third floor was different from the first 2 floors. It was completely empty. Hundreds of statues appeared in the empty space. Each statue looked very heroic and majestic, each with its own grace. They looked very lively and dignified. These statues are all strands of faux god flame left behind by faux god experts. Be it their intelligence or states, they are several times stronger than the combat puppets. When ordinary people come in to challenge, they will choose a statue at random. You can observe and choose freely. The little light figure introduced the statue's origins to Xiao Qin. The trial tower's third floor was a hurdle. Aside from the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, no one in the Heavenly Alliance could clear the third floor. It looked like there was a reason for this. This time, can I choose freely where I want to fight? Xiao Qin asked the little light figure. After confirming this, it would be better for him to choose his opponent. Yes. The little light figure nodded to indicate that there was no problem. In that case, things would be much easier. Xiao Qin looked at the hundreds of statues and felt somewhat dazzled. After some thought, he said, Lord Item Spirit, please help me eliminate all the statues that are not bladesmen. If Xiao Qin was not a bladesman, there was no point in challenging him. As for the trial tower, Other than the rewards, it also focused on the word trial. The first 2 stages were not very helpful to Xiaoqin. He had already comprehended some of the experience the black and white eggs wanted to impart. This was a rare opportunity for the 3rd stage. Naturally, he had to fight with a bladesman. As you wish. With a wave of the little light figure's hand, more than half of the hundreds of statues disappeared, leaving only a few dozen statues. There were still quite a lot of them. Xiaoqin said after some thought, "Help me eliminate the bladesmen good at the Thunder Dao and the Ice Dao." If one ran into these 2 kinds of statues, it was practically impossible to fight. Many cultivators with passable strength could only blame their bad luck if they ran into a statue of the same great Tao as them. After another round of elimination, only a dozen or so statues were left. "Shimu, you seem to be one of these statues." In the palace, the eyes of the old man across, Shimu lit up as he smiled softly. Shimu nodded and said, "Indeed, I'm one of them. However, if he still wants to break the record, he probably will not choose me." As Shimu spoke, he showed absolute confidence. His statue was definitely the strongest of the remaining statues. He did not believe that Xiaoqin could not tell. Who knew? Right after Shimu spoke, Xiaoqin, who was in the trial tower, seemed to sense something and made his choice. This senior it is. It was Fiendish Saber Shimu. Inside the palace, Shimu and the old man across from him saw everything clearly, immediately stunned. After a while, the old man across, Shimu guffawed and said, "Ha ha ha! It looks like I really can't be too firm with my words." Fiendish Saber, Shimu could tell that Shimu was very ambitious, only submitting to one person in his life. Xiao Chen's choice caught Shimu off guard, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Shimu said seriously, "To think that he really chose me. I want to see how you are going to clear the 3rd stage." Inside the trial tower, the little light figure was also somewhat surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. After some thought, it said, "This is Senior Shimu. Among the hundreds of statues, his strength ranks within the top 10. Since the trial tower opened, none of the people who chose him managed to clear it on their first try. Even after challenging him many times, only 3 people managed to clear it." "Is that so?" When Xiaoqin heard that, he said, "He is stronger than I imagined. Let me break this record, then." Although Xiaoqin said that, in reality, he was already very open about the record. With one glance, Xiaoqin could tell that foe god Shimu was the strongest of the remaining statues. The fighting spirit in his heart instantly blazed. The instant Xiaoqin met the statue's eyes, it felt like they were connected. His saber, intent, surged involuntarily. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand trembled slightly, raring to go. He could not help wanting to draw it from the scabbard. When Xiao Chen felt the tyrant saber's fighting spirit, he thought for a while before letting this fighting spirit surge in his heart. The strongest is the strongest. It does not matter whether I break the record or not. The opportunity to exchange moves with this senior is something that I can only hope for. Are you sure? If you are sure, not only will the record be hard to break, but you might even be defeated on the 3rd floor. Of course, with such a high hidden difficulty, the reward you will obtain will be even higher. However, many super faction members have gathered outside. They all came after hearing the news. If you break 2 stages in a row and lose on the 3rd, your previous reputation will be ruined. Xiao Qin said calmly, "When have I ever cared about the cold eyes of others? I just follow my heart." What a fellow! I'm starting to like him. The originally unhappy Shimu revealed a smile on his aged face when he heard that. The other party mocked, "Smile. Let's see if you can still smile when he tramples on you to break the record. Liking me is one thing, but you are overthinking if you want to defeat me on your first try." This touched his bottom line. Foe god, Shimu withdrew his smile and showed a serious expression. The little light figure in the trial tower looked at Xiao Qin and said, "As you wish, then. Where do you choose to fight?" Thunder Marsh. Whoosh! Light and shadow changed. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, he was already in a thunder marsh. The sky was dark and thunderclouds covered it. Thousands of bolts of lightning spread out like ferocious, venomous snakes. Everything within thousands of miles was a black swamp, and the heavens and the earth were filled with dense, lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Since Xiao Chen grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the place he chose had the advantage of the terrain. This made it more convenient for him to succeed in his challenge. Whoosh! A statue descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Chen. When the statue appeared, it turned into a human, looking like it came to life. The faux god Shimu that appeared before Xiao Chen looked like when he was young. He wore loose white robes and looked delicate and handsome. His long hair fluttered as he looked at Xiao Chen, his lips curling up in a smile. Fiend! When the other party smiled, his aura immediately changed. The impression he gave Xiao Chen was one word: fiend. Becoming a fiend with a smile. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Ever since the trial tower was built, no one had succeeded on their first try. It looked like this was not without reason. Let me take a look. To think that you got a Thunder Marsh. Your luck is pretty good, the younger Shimu said softly as he looked around. The statue had a trace of Shimu's divine flame and could think for itself, similar to the black and white eggs. However, the Shimu outside could not control it. Aside from that trace of divine flame, there was not much of a connection between the two. However, my saber techniques have nothing to do with the environment. Choosing me is fated to be your misfortune. Take this. The statue's temper was similar to Shimu's, proud and confident. Right after it spoke, it instantly drew its saber. The moment it drew its saber, a beautiful flower bloomed, bursting out with a resplendent saber light. At this instant, Xiao Chen looked around and found himself in a vast sea of flowers. The environment had changed drastically. An illusion? Or a mysterious phenomenon? Or is it purely the other party's saber Dao? Xiao Chen could not understand what was going on. He only calmly looked at Shimu, who was leaping around like a saucer in the sea of flowers, charging at him. However, just as the other party was about to charge over, Shimu's figure turned blurry in Xiao Chen's eyes. Many afterimages appeared. Strange. Since the trial tower was built, Shimu had only been defeated by 3 people after many challenges. Before he truly made a move, he already forced Xiao Chen into a passive position. However, the people outside knew nothing about this. Seeing Xiao Chen break 2 records in a row, several people felt excited. They wondered if Xiao Chen could break the record on the 3rd floor as well. If he broke 3 records in a row, he would truly be making history. With the strength that Xiao Chen displayed and the momentum of breaking 2 records in a row, no one thought that he might fall in the 3rd floor. Chapter 21-29. Fiendish Saber Shimu. A horrifying opponent with a hazy figure appeared, both real and illusory. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake in the sea of flowers. This was the first time Xiao Chen met such a strange opponent. He did not attack rashly, calmly retreating. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen retreated, he could not dodge in time. The other party's saber cut a thin wound on his right chest. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound, not a major problem. The other party has blurred my senses, preventing me from determining the trajectory of his saber. Xiao Chen looked at the wound and thought to himself. Then, he could not help showing an even more cautious expression. Shimu held up his saber and continued charging over. Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber Dao. As Xiao Chen retreated, his figure moved. Saber light flickered, and his movements were graceful like a dance. Since Shimu could not determine the trajectory, he used his body as a saber, his clothes as a saber, and his hair as a saber. Every move flickered with saber light. Dang! 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 Shimu's figure remained hazy. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a flower blooming. As the saber light danced, 1,000 flowers bloomed, creating many illusions. However, no matter how Shimu moved, Xiaoqin used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. His entire body shone with resplendent saber light. As Shimu moved, his defense was airtight. Xiao Chen could not determine the other party's trajectory, but Shimu could not charge in either. The two immediately entered a stalemate. Up in the palace in the sky, Shimu's true body and the old man opposite him focused on this battle. Shimu, how strong is this statue? After some thought, Shimu replied, This statue was forged in the image of me when I was young. His cultivation and experience stopped at 200 years old. He does not have much of an advantage. However, I did not expect him to last for so long. Back in the trial tower, although Xiaoqin had fallen into Shimu's strange domain, he did not fall into a disadvantage. He managed to stabilize his offense. The old man opposite, Shimu smiled and said, This does not look good. You were not a match for him when you were 200 years old. His saber Dao happens to counter your saber Dao. You're getting careless this time. Humph, it's not over yet. Although this was the truth, Shimu felt somewhat unconvinced. He snorted and did not argue with his old friend. He's going to counterattack. The eyes of the other old man lit up. He saw Xiao Chen, who was in the trial tower, swiftly thrust his tyrant's saber forward. In an instant, thousands of saber rays shot toward the statue like rays of light. Kacha-kacha! With a crisp sound, the flowers shattered and turned into petals that drifted with the wind. You won't be able to defeat me just by relying on these illusions. Break! Xiao Chen snorted coldly and spread out his thunder Dao domain. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared in the sky. When the thunder saber domain was brought to its peak, Xiao Chen stepped forward and thrust his saber again. Boom! In an instant, the sea of flowers disappeared, and the vast expanse of lightning reappeared. The great Dao was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment, borrowing power from each other. The might of Xiao Chen's thunder Dao domain became even more ferocious. Xiao Chen's aura flourished, and he showed no mercy. He attacked with the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, breaking the mundane. Thump! The statue's heart skipped a beat, and its thoughts wandered. The mundane events of the past appeared in its mind. By the time the statue, startled to its senses, Xiao Chen's saber light was already before it. CI. The tyrant's saber stabbed in, and the other party's physical body shattered, turning into countless shards like a mirror. The illusion shattered, and Shimu appeared behind the statue. A wound appeared on his right shoulder, and blood spurted out. Shimu had been too slow in dodging the earlier move. It was like a lotus flower not absorbing water, or like the sun and moon not remaining in the sky. Resolving the mundane, the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When Xiao Qin executed the overwhelming attack, it flowed smoothly like flowing water. He controlled it as he pleased. The other party had just stabilized himself when an eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept over with a 7-fold killing chi. Bang! 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 When resolving the mundane swept across the vast expanse of lightning, countless cracks appeared in the ground, which quickly sank. The ground under the statue looked like it was hollow, continuously sinking. Pu-ci! The statue vomited a mouthful of blood. It simply found the saber light somewhat hard to block, forcing it to retreat continuously. Old friend, you are probably really going to lose. The old man across, Shimu felt slightly shocked. He said in shock, the Buddhist sect's forbidden technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, is truly horrifying. His fortuitous encounters are much better than yours when you were 200 years old. The more problematic thing is that his saber Dao happens to counter your flower domain. Shimu said calmly, You are overthinking. Since the trial tower was established, this statue of mine has never been defeated by anyone. How can it not have some trump cards? Just watch slowly. The show is just beginning. It looked like the boundless saber light would swallow up the statue, Shimu, in the vast expanse of lightning. Then he suddenly shouted, "What is a fiend?" The statue, Shimu pointed his saber at the sky. The tall mountain behind him in the vast expanse of lightning seemed to come to life. The statue, Shimu's aura surged. Then he hacked at the saber light materialized by the sevenfold killing chi. At this moment, the tall mountain in the lightning lake turned into a saber light and attached to his saber. Dang! As the saber lights clashed, a terrifying sound rang out. Compared to this, the thunder in the sky was like the buzzing of mosquitoes. What is a fiend? The saber light filled the sky. Amid the chaos, the statue Shimu turned into a beam of light and leaped out. Cracks appeared on his face. Clearly, he was already a spent force. As this saber light danced, the tall mountains, rivers, lakes, and swamps around Xiaochen all came to life. As they wriggled, they turned into hundreds of saber lights of different styles, surrounding Xiaochen. Every strand of saber light seemed to have a life of its own, each one a lunatic, boundlessly outstanding. The vastness of the tall mountains, the surging of the rivers, the silence of the lakes, every strand of saber light was different. Shock appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. What kind of saber technique is this? I have never seen or heard of it before. When the other party executed it, it seemed somewhat crude, like he was barely able to execute it. But even so, he was already ridiculously strong, causing others to feel despair. No wonder. No wonder no one could defeat the statue Shimu in one move. Facing such a killer move for the first time, who could resist it? If it was a month ago, Xiao Chen would have been defeated. As for now, the Buddha was in the human world and could fight with him. Mahamaya abstinence violation art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques in the mortal realm. The supreme killing Buddha descended into the mortal realm and calmed the seas and the surroundings. In the middle of Xiao Chen's brows, the swastika Buddhist seal shone brightly. In the next moment, the light directly condensed into a huge, unparalleled killing Buddha. Dang! The supreme killing Buddha appeared with an expressionless face. With a push of his palms, the hundreds of saber lights stopped in midair, unable to move forward. Then, with a bang, they were all annihilated. The Buddha in the human world, calming the seas and the wastelands. After choosing Buddha in the mortal realm, this move became the strongest defensive move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Kacha! When this move broke, the twilight statue, which was already a spent force, shattered before Xiao Qin. Trial taker Xiao Qin, congratulations on successfully breaking through the highest difficulty of the third floor. You are the first cultivator in the Trial Tower's history to defeat Fiendish Saber, Shimu, in one go. This time, the honor steel did not give off light. He did not break the record of the third floor. Fiendish Saber, Shimu, inside the Trial Tower, Xiao Chun remained silent. It turned out that this senior was called Shimu. I wonder if he perfected his Saber Dao. If he perfected it, I really want to see it for myself. This is your reward. 5,000 faux god coins. Similarly, you obtained another privilege. Xiao Qin put away the faux god coins and said after some thought, I'll keep the privilege for now. What's wrong? You do not intend to continue the challenge? Xiao Qin shook his head and said there's no need. I exhausted myself too much in the earlier battle. Furthermore, I already gained a lot on this floor. There is no need to keep clinging to it. Right. There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll send you out. A light flashed and Xiao Qin was sent out. He was startled when he saw so many people. Initially, there were only 100-odd Heavenly Alliance members outside the Trial Tower. Now, there were close to several hundred people. Xiao Qin came out. How young? Why did he come out when he was only on the third floor? How strange. He took the initiative to leave after clearing the third floor. How strong is this person? All sorts of discussions arose. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, ignoring them as he walked over to Ao Jiao. Chapter 2130. Strange. He broke 2 records in a row, but he stopped at the 3rd floor and did not continue? Did he run out of stamina? He should have special privileges for breaking the record. The privileges should allow him to rest. Given that, he might have used trickery to break the records of the first 2 floors. The one we need to pay more attention to in the Heavenly Alliance is still Lin Feng. He broke through 8 floors on his first attempt and killed his way to the 9th floor. This is true strength. That's right. Compared to records, the faux god experts are more interested in true strength and accumulations. That's why Lin Feng attracted 4 faux gods to descend at the same time. That's right. If he really had strength, faux gods would have appeared. Breaking 2 floors in a row would have attracted the attention of faux gods long ago. Since no faux gods came, it means that he is just a show. Faux gods have better eyes than us. Many of the superfaction disciples who heard the news and rushed over to the trial tower to observe showed surprised expressions. They were still hoping that Xiao Chen could break another record. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would withdraw? However, Xiao Chen did not care about this. He returned to the crowd and met up with Ao Jiao. Sorry, Brother Wu Meng. You lost. Wu Meng and Mo, you made a bet on whether Xiao Chen could make it to the 6th floor or not. The result was already out. In the end, Xiao Chen did not reach the 6th floor. However, breaking 2 records in a row had already made Wu Meng and Mo you forget about this bet. A bet of 100 faux god coins was not worth mentioning compared to the reward for breaking the record. Wu Meng recovered his wits and said, "Ha ha! Little brother, Xiao Chen must be joking. I even forgot about this bet." "Oh, right, little brother Xiao Chen. Why did you stop making your breakthrough?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I exhausted myself too much and accidentally activated the highest difficulty of the 3rd floor. My soul energy, veritable essence energy, and mind are all somewhat fatigued. If I continued, I would likely fail." The highest difficulty. Wu Meng and Mou exclaimed softly. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they felt incredibly shocked. To think that Xiao Chen cleared the highest difficulty. This was simply inconceivable. This was his first time trying. We are ashamed of our inferiority. The 2 smiled bitterly, cupped their fists, and bade farewell, saying that they would meet again another day. Seeing the 2 go far away, Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Congratulations! Come, I'll bring you to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. As long as you have faux god coins, you can exchange for any resource in the 10,000 treasure pavilion." All right, let's go. He had a huge sum of money in his hands, so of course he had to spend it quickly and exchange it for resources to increase his strength. The 2 of them left, but the rest of the people in the Tower of Trials did not disperse. They had been influenced by Xiao Chen's 2 consecutive records. Many people felt that today was a good day. It was necessary for them to try and break the record. In a certain faux god palace in the sky, Shimu's aged expression was somewhat unsightly. He showed a sullen expression and did not say a word. The old man in front of him knew his nature. He was a loner, had few friends, and was proud and arrogant. His temper could be said to be strange. However, he was extremely strong and proud of his saber dao. The defeat of his statue in the trial tower was clearly too much for him to bear. Don't overthink. Everyone's statues in the trial tower are there for these juniors to trample on. My statue was defeated more than 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, it only represents our previous strength. It is not much. Shimu interrupted the old man halfway through his consoling words. I will not be bothered by such trivial matters. Earlier, 4 or 5 faux gods sent voice projections to me, asking if I would accept Xiaoqin. The old man's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Xiao Chen's potential had clearly attracted the attention of some faux gods' bladesmen. Although they were tempted, The statue that Xiao Qin defeated was Shimu's statue. If they wanted to accept Xiao Qin, they had to ask Shimu first. What did you say? I told them not to target Xiao Qin. They are just a bunch of mediocre people, misleading others. Although they were all faux gods, Shimu did not stand on ceremony when commenting on others. In that case, it looks like you intend to personally accept Xiao Qin? How? I already lost to him. How am I going to face him with my old face? Fiendish saber, Shimu said irritably. Clearly, he felt very upset and depressed. Ha ha ha. So that's the case. I was wondering why you were so conflicted. What do you intend to do, then? You are not letting others teach him, and you are not teaching him either. That is not good, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. I'll do what I have to do. Fiendish saber, Shimu said something that made no sense. Then he took his leave, leaving the gray-clad old man alone. This old friend of mine will die because of his temper sooner or later, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. Then he shook his head and sighed softly. If Xiao Qin knew that this was the reason why no faux god appeared, what would he think? At this moment, Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao had already arrived at the 10,000 Treasure Palace. The grand and majestic 10,000 Treasure Palace had a total of 2 floors. There were many startling treasures, rare spirit herbs, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, profound weapons, all sorts of divine materials, and all sorts of wondrous items. Every treasure was labeled with the corresponding faux god coins. Xiao, Qin, and Ao Jiao could only exchange for them on the first floor. They could not go up to the second or third floors. Divine Firmament 9 changes a lightning-attributed movement technique from the peak of the ancient martial epoch. It has been passed down for a long time. Xiao Chen's gaze stopped on a brown metal plate. This was an ancient movement technique created by an expert at the peak of the martial epoch. Although it was incomplete, it still held a great attraction to Xiao Chen. How expensive! This movement technique costs a total of 5,000 faux god coins. After Ao Jiao saw it, she said softly, furthermore, it is incomplete. It might not be very useful. Wait, I nearly forgot. You already broke the records on 2 floors. You do not lack faux god coins. Xiao Chen nodded and said, it is rare to come across a high-ranked movement technique that is compatible with me. Even if it is not worth it, it does not matter. After placing sufficient faux god coins under the pillar, the restriction automatically unraveled. Then, Xiao Qin took away the metal plate. Since there was an ancient movement technique, like the Divine Firmament 9 changes, would there be other incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique? Xiao Chen went to the exchange counter and asked the woman behind to see if he could make an exchange. Sorry, the 10,000 Treasure Palace does not have the incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Even if there were, we would not be able to trade it with you. Why? The Hidden Spirit Temple has been searching for this saber technique. This is a Buddhist sect forbidden technique, so we cannot trade it with you. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help feeling slightly startled. He had forgotten about this matter. All right, in that case, help me make the exchange. 5,000 faux god coins worth of origin liquid. Also, please give me a list of how many extreme yin and extreme yang flames there are. Also, help me look for an ancient saber technique. Sure. Please wait a moment. On the first day, Xiao Qin obtained close to 20,000 faux god coins. He did not feel any heartache as he spent them, flabbergasting Ao Jiao at the side. When the two left, Xiao Chen had only 1,000 faux god coins left. You exchanged for a lot of origin liquid. Are you going to enter closed-door cultivation to raise your cultivation? Origin liquid was the pure spiritual liquid produced by Spirit Jade Origins. It was rare and valuable. Even sovereign emperors used it to cultivate. No matter how much they used it, there would not be any side effects. When Xiao Chen first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he obtained some origin liquid as a reward. However, he had not used it yet. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "My cultivation is still somewhat low. As long as I have enough origin liquid in the faux god world, I will advance rapidly when I cultivate." Right now, Xiao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Compared to the others in the faux god world, his cultivation was too weak. "I'm afraid that I will have to leave the faux god world by the time you come out of closed-door cultivation." Ao Jiao noticed that Xiao Chen had prepared a lot of resources, 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid. He also needed to comprehend the divine Firmament 9 transformations movement technique. He would need at least a year and a half to use them all. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, "It's fine. When I leave the faux god world, I will definitely go to the Golden Crow Empire to see you. You just need to wait for me for 1 year outside." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "In that case, I'll wait for you. Don't go back on your word." "It's a deal, then." Xiao Chen also felt that it was unfortunate. They had just met. Before they could say anything, they would have to part again. However, time was precious in the faux god world. The geniuses and outstanding talents of the various super factions gathered here. If Xiao Chen did not work hard, it would be too late to regret it after he left the faux god world. After saying goodbye to Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard. However, he discovered a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance. Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. This middle-aged man had a saber intent flowing around his body. He was a sovereign emperor and had extraordinary looks, looking rather handsome. The strange thing was this middle-aged man's cultivation. It was not strange to see faux gods or sovereign personages in the faux god world. However, it was strange to see a sovereign emperor. "You are?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity as he stepped forward. "Young Master Xiao, this humble one is Lu Benwei. I have been waiting here on Master Shimu's orders." When Xiao Chen heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Shimu, Chapter 2131. "So, it is Senior Shimu's brilliant disciple. This way, please." "Not really. I'm just an in-name disciple." Hearing the other party's declaration, Xiao Chen did not dare to be negligent. Lu Benwei clasped his fist and entered the courtyard. After sitting down, Xiao Chen asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Benwei took out a painting and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Master gave this to young Master Xiao." Xiao Chen wanted to unfurl the painting and take a look. However, Lu Benwei stopped him and said, "Master said that young Master Xiao can look at it only after I leave." "Strange," Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, but he did not insist. "In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb young Master Xiao any longer." "Wait a moment. In the faux god world, you are either a faux god or a disciple of a super faction like me. How can you still stay in the Holy Domain's divine capital?" Lu Benwei smiled and said, "Sovereign emperors can enter as well, as long as they pay a small price. As for me, Master has already helped me obtain a permanent identity in the Holy Domain's divine capital. I can enter the faux god world freely. However, even Master can't get a permanent identity. It's rare to see someone like me in the divine capital. Oh, I'll walk you out." "You're welcome." Xiao Chen stood up and sent the other party out of the door. Then he held the scroll in his hand and fell into deep thought. After Xiao Chen defeated the other party statue in the trial tower, Shimu's true body gave him a painting when he returned. What does that mean? If he had taken a liking to me, why didn't he show himself and accept me as his disciple? Xiao Chen was very happy to have a faux god give him pointers and take him in as a disciple. Not only was he happy, but it was also a kind of desire. Having guidance from a faux god realm expert and not having guidance from a faux god realm expert were two completely different situations. With some doubts, Xiao Chen unfurled the painting. He saw a lake on the painting, Outside the lake were vast mountains, and the lake was dark green and serene. Green mountains, blue waters, white clouds, wild cranes flying in the sky. It was a typical landscape painting. The painting was exquisite, with verdant hills and clear waters, and a profound artistic conception that could draw one's imagination. But that was all. The painting shaft, the paper, the ink, and the paint were all ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Strange. For a disciple to give me a painting for no good reason, and not come to see me, and not say anything else. Just what does this senior want? Xiao Chen looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out its true meaning. He could only shake his head helplessly and put it away. I shouldn't delay matters for now. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid is enough for me to stabilize my cultivation base and perhaps even advance further. Sighing softly, Xiao Chen entered the secret chamber and began to cultivate. In Shimu's palace, Lu Benwei reported respectfully, "Master, I have already sent the painting out." I did not say anything else. "All right, I'll give him the second painting a year later. If he can't understand it, don't blame me for ruining your future." Shimu felt somewhat bad for stopping the other faux Godbladesmen. However, he could not lower his pride to meet Xiao Chen. Therefore, she directed such a play. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen really couldn't see anything. Lu Benwei thought to himself, "Master's temper is really unfathomable." That landscape painting took Xiao Chen 10 years to comprehend some of its true meaning. Master even gave some pointers from the side. Giving someone a painting for no reason was probably something Xiao Chen could not figure out, even if he racked his brains. If Xiao Chen lost himself in it and ended up wasting time, he would really be ruining his future. Of course, Xiao Chen could only say this in his heart. His master had always been like this. Shimu looked indifferently at Lu Benwei. After some thought, he said, "Master knows what you are thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons for doing this. Remember, don't meet him in private. Don't say too much. You may leave." Lu Benwei nodded and took his leave. However, he could not figure out what Shimu was thinking. Seeing Lu Benwei leave, a crafty look flashed in Shimu's eyes. He smiled and said, "I already understood half of this painting when I was 200 years old. If you still don't understand, you're not as good as me." It turned out that Shimu was still unconvinced and wanted to compete with Xiao Chen. Many years later, when Xiao Chen understood this, he would smile bitterly. Had he known about the other party's temper, he would have shown an opening and lost. Then he would not have needed to go through so much trouble to learn the fiendish saber's true meaning. Golden Dragon Bloodline Ancestor Palace, Divine Dragon Empire, Central Great Realm. A person wearing golden dragon robes sat on a high throne. His face looked like it was chiseled with a knife, showing distinct features. This was the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the person with the highest authority in the Divine Dragon Empire. "Your Majesty, we have already obtained conclusive news. Xiao Chen has indeed entered the Heavenly Alliance. Now he has appeared in the faux god world and is undergoing 10 years of bitter cultivation. The news just came that he broke the records of the Trial Tower's first and second floors. This is very shocking. However, no faux god expert took him in as a disciple?" Someone below asked respectfully as he knelt on the ground. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's expression did not change when he heard that. He said indifferently, "It is strange that no faux god took him in as a disciple despite his potential. If there are no surprises, he will definitely become a sovereign emperor 10 years later. What do you think we should do?" "He should be killed." The person below said sullenly, appearing somewhat nervous. "However, he is in the faux god world. How am I to make a move? This subordinate naturally has a way. After we succeed, we will not cause any trouble for your Majesty." The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor said after some thought, "I did not kill him, nor did I give the order to kill him. How is there any trouble?" The expression of the person below changed slightly. His lips twitched as he nodded and said, "This subordinate understands. Withdraw, then." "Yes." After everyone left, the purple gold dragon emperor was the only one left in the empty hall. The purple gold dragon emperor held a high position, controlling the life and death of the divine dragon empire. However, no one knew about him. The purple gold dragon emperor muttered to himself, "Jiangshan, your good inheritor, really helped you gain some pride. However, my golden dragon bloodline absolutely will not end in my hands. No one can stop me." A cold look flashed in the purple gold dragon emperor's eyes, and the entire hall suddenly froze. As the cold chi spread out, the dazzling golden dragon pillars turned into ice pillars. Of course, those cultivating in the faux god world would not know that even though they were in the faux god world, they could not escape the attention of some people. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to think about this. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid required him to enter closed-door cultivation for 1 year. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from Ao Jiao's one visit, Xiao Chen remained in his secret room. With 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid and the aid of his blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He was only half a step away from peak sovereign personage. Once he reached the bottleneck, he could no longer rely on resources to advance. He needed some fortuitous encounters and could not break through just by entering closed-door cultivation. After running out of origin liquid, Xiao Chen started to practice the ancient divine firmament 9 transformations. Occasionally, he would go to the library to read books. During this period, Mu Yunju sought out Xiao Chen once, wanting to fight him. However, Xiao Chen rejected him. Aside from this, Xiao Chen's life had been as calm as still water for the past 1 year or so. His days had not been particularly eventful. However, the faux god world was extraordinarily bustling. The fights between the various super factions were also very exciting. People continuously broke records in the trial tower, charging to higher levels. However, all this did not have much to do with Xiao Chen. He took his time, advancing step by step according to his plan. Although Xiao Chen did not move quickly, his footsteps were very steady. His strength advanced steadily, leaving a deep footprint with each step. It turns out that there are so many differences in strength in the sovereign personage realm. Inside the library, Xiao Chen put down a book and entered deep thought. After reaching peak sovereign personage, most people's cultivation would get stuck either for 1,000 years or 100 years. The talented people might even be stuck for decades. This was normal. Sovereign personage was the limit of humans. Once one broke through, one would start cultivating the soul. After crossing this step, one would be separated from the divine. The difference was like a chasm easily determined. Hence, there were strong and weak peak sovereign personages. The closer one was to a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, the stronger one would be. Peak sovereign personages normally had 3 grades. The first was heaven-defying sovereign personage. For example, the Heavenly Alliance's Gongzi Lan, Mou Wumeng, and the others. These people were clearly much stronger than other peak sovereign personages. These people could be called heaven-defying sovereign personages. Half-step sovereign emperor was only half a step away from divine vein realm sovereign emperor. The most obvious sign was the merging of the Tao domain and soul energy, forming a divine seal in the soul pool. For example, the profound heaven Holy Land's Mu Yunju was at this level. When he first met Xiao Chen, he only said 1 sentence. Mu Yunju's voice, containing the Tao, entered deep into Xiao Chen's soul, echoing endlessly. This was because he had formed a divine seal. Finally, there were false sovereign emperors. In reality, false sovereign emperors had already surpassed the sovereign personage realm. They could even turn their veritable essence energy into divine energy. However, they could not open their divine veins and were not true divine vein realm sovereign emperors. They were called false emperors. At this level, one could be said to be unrivaled among sovereign personages. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, practically no one could defeat them. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, the four superfactions, the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Hidden Spirit Temple, all had geniuses who reached this level. The more Shao Chen understood, the clearer and more aware he became when he was in the faux god world. Right now, he was only a peak, great perfection sovereign personage, not even reaching consummation sovereign personage. He needed to work harder. With my current strength, I can be considered a heaven-defying sovereign personage. However, if I run into a half-step sovereign emperor like Mu Yinzhu, my chances of victory are only 50%. It will be very difficult for me to defeat a false emperor. I have to break through as soon as possible. Shao Chen entered deep thought. The 3,000 drops of origin liquid allowed his cultivation to advance rapidly. He could break through to consummation sovereign personage at any time. However, he lacked a fortuitous encounter. He needed a true battle. Perhaps I should leave the city to hunt faux beasts. Chapter 2132. Faux beasts were creatures unique to the faux god world, born from the primal chaos and nothingness. They took many forms and possessed horrifying strength. Even faux god experts would have to avoid a few strong faux beasts. In the entire faux god world, aside from the Holy Domain's divine capital, there were many shattered continents with all sorts of faux beasts. Faux beasts were not truly life forms. They could not survive outside of the faux god world. After they died, they would return to the depths of the faux god world and revive after a long time. Shao Chen did not know much about faux beasts. However, Qiong Ying, Yun Fei, and Nangong Feng had gone out several times to hunt them. Shao Chen took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and communicated with them. The three remained in the Holy Domain's divine capital and did not go out. So, they agreed to meet at Shao Chen's courtyard 1 hour later. Shao Chen, haha, you finally can't sit still anymore and want to go out? The three arrived on time. When they heard Shao Chen ask about faux beasts, they laughed softly. The four were all Heavenly Alliance people. Furthermore, they came to the faux god world together, so they had a good relationship with each other. Over the past year or so, the three had come to visit Shao Chen several times. They found it strange. Why did Shao Chen fall silent after breaking the record for the first 2 floors? Why did everyone forget his name in the past year or so? On the other hand, Wu Meng, MOU, and Gongzi Lan strength soared, continuously climbing in the trial tower. Among them, Wu Meng had broken the record for the 18th floor. Back when Shao Chen broke the record, many people said that he did not clear the 3rd floor due to some trickery. Now, Shao Chen's silence verified the others' words. However, Nangong Feng and the other 2 knew Shao Chen very well. Over the past year or so, Shao Chen's strength was no longer something the 3 could handle. Even when the 3 worked together, Shao Chen would find it somewhat difficult to deal with. However, Shao Chen did not come out. He was either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating, ignoring the fights between the super factions. His cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. If he does not experience some battles, he will find it hard to break through, Shao Chen said softly. Yun Fei said, in the past year or so, the 3 of us went out to hunt faux beasts. Even if faux beasts are of the same cultivation realm, they cannot be underestimated. Many disciples of the various super factions have died at the hands of faux beasts. I'll die. When Shao Chen heard that, he felt slightly shocked. The disciples of the various super factions, those who could enter the Heavenly Alliance, were all talented. They all had life-saving secret treasures. It was just like how the Heavenly Alliance prepared a set of alloy battle armor for everyone at all costs. The other super factions, such as the Disciples of the Universe Origin Sect, All had a heavenly flame medallion that could summon the universe origin divine flame at any time. They had similar trump cards. However, he still died at the hands of a foe beast. This was truly shocking. Nangong Fong said, "As long as they do not go too far out of the city, their lifespans are usually fine. The foe god experts in the divine capital have already detected the strong foe beasts. Why don't I accompany you out of the city? It's good to look after each other," Cheong Ing suggested. After foe beasts die, they leave behind primeval divine liquid. There are many benefits to absorbing it, which is very helpful to cultivation. Primeval divine liquid was also one of Xiao Chen's objectives in killing foe beasts. Foe beasts were born from nothingness. After they died, they would leave behind a clump of mysterious energy known as primeval divine liquid. The density of primeval divine liquid varied according to the strength and rank of a foe god. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. If there is no danger, it would go against my original intentions. Thank you for your kind intentions. Tell me what I need to pay attention to when I encounter foe beasts and where I need to go to hunt them." All right. 4 hours later, after Xiao Chun made his preparations, he left the city. In the foe god world, aside from the Holy Domain, which was a complete continent, the other places were all shattered continents. The larger ones might be as far as the Holy Domain, and the smaller ones might be less than a city. The distance between them varied as they drifted in the cloud sea. Aside from the absolute safety of the Holy Domain's divine capital, the other places in the foe god world had many different environments, making it hard to guarantee safety. At the mountain-like city gates, Xiao Qin turned his head back to look. The two words, divine capital, on the city walls still inspired awe in people, not daring to look at them for too long. As Xiao Qin stood at the periphery of the Holy Domain and looked forward, the entire world was gray, without much color. This place looked very primitive. Even the air felt ancient. This was the first time Xiao Qin left the city after coming to the Holy Domain's divine capital for more than a year. Once again, he felt the shock brought about by this shattered world. Wind, fire, lightning, and many other das mixed with the air. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop, pure and complicated, filled with contradictions. As Xiao Chun breathed, he could feel all sorts of das at any time. It was very mystical. A primal chaos fog sea lay in front, hazy and mysterious, filled with the unknown. As this place was not too dangerous from the Holy Domain, Xiao Qin occasionally saw figures moving about. Xiao Qin opened a map of the foe god world and took a look. Then he put away the map and activated the alloy battle armor. Immediately, Xiao Qin looked very heroic. He wore the silver alloy battle armor, showing off his tyrannical aura. As his long hair fluttered, he gave off a sharp light. Then he placed the tyrant saber on his back and soared into the air. Now that he was fully equipped, he could bring out his strongest strength at any time. Xiao Chun did this because many super faction disciples died because they could not bring out their trump cards before they died. Maintaining the alloy battle armor drained a lot of origin liquid. However, origin liquid could be replenished at any time. Compared to his life, this bit of expenditure was nothing. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Qin left the Holy Domain, he immediately felt astral winds blowing at him. These winds contained chaotic das. There were flames, ice, and all sorts of strange forces, making it somewhat difficult to block. Fortunately, Xiao Qin had the alloy battle armor to protect him. The alloy battle armor, combat boots, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, and other parts seemed to be one. They gave off a silver light and formed a formless barrier that blocked the astral winds. Indeed, the Holy Domain was protected by divine energy. After leaving the Holy Domain, the wild side of the foe god world was revealed. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he carefully flew towards his destination. The place he wanted to go was called the Ice Fire Wasteland. It was about 1/10 the size of the Holy Domain. It was considered a rather large continent. However, the environment was harsh and faux beasts roamed about. It was a good place for experiential training. Most of the members of the various super factions came here for experiential training, hunting faux beasts. The ice-fire wasteland was not too far from the Holy Domain, but it was not too close either. Only sovereign emperor-level faux beasts gathered there. If one ventured deep, one would end up in the depths of the faux god world. The danger there would be indescribable. Boom! Without any warning, a ferocious beast's claw suddenly appeared in the fog sea below, clawing at Xiao Qin. Just this beast claw was as large as a small mountain. When it clawed, it completely obscured Xiao Qin's vision. Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. Whoosh! Only a faint purple lightning mark remained where Xiao Qin had been. Then he vanished like he teleported and reappeared at the side. Xiao Qin grasped the tyrant saber on his back with his right hand and instantly drew it. Then he sent out a purple saber light. Crack! The saber light tore through the beast claw, and a blue liquid that looked like blood spurted out. Clad in the alloy battle armor, Xiao Qin held up the tyrant saber as he calmly watched the beast claw vanish. The fog sea churned, undercurrents surging. Who knew what kind of danger lurked there? I'm pretty lucky. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Qin took out a jade bottle and collected the blue liquid. This bottle contained primeval, deep night liquid. He needed to refine it before he could extract it. After the heavenly realm shattered, the entire primal chaos space lost its stability long ago. The order of space and time fell into chaos. The area below the fog sea was an absolute forbidden zone. Even faux gods did not dare to casually enter. The faux beasts born under the fog sea possessed exceptionally horrifying strength. They were known as deep-sea faux beasts and normally would not show themselves. This was because once they showed themselves, the faux god world's experts would sense them. As long as they were not under the fog sea, faux god experts would be able to kill them easily. The primeval divine liquid that these deep-sea faux beasts left behind after they died was also a great temptation to faux gods. However, if someone like Xiao Qin went out, these deep-sea faux beasts would occasionally target them and attack them. If one got caught, one would die for sure. The sky was filled with primal chaos, and the ground was a land of boundlessly shattered pieces. A wild, primitive, and ancient aura lingered in the air. After leaving the Holy Domain, the faux god world appeared before Xiao Qin in a completely different style. For hours later, a huge ice continent appeared before Xiao Qin. This place was clearly very cold. However, the snowflakes drifting on the ice continent were made of flames. When they landed on an ordinary person, they would instantly burn them to ashes. Xiao Qin arrived at his destination, the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Chapter 2133. Ice-Fire Wasteland. Snowflakes made of flames drifted down on a desolate plain made of ice. While this looked strange, it was not strange in the faux god world. Even the sky of the primal chaos space was hazy as if the world had yet to open. There were all sorts of chaotic chaos, primeval auras, an everlasting fog sea, and tears in the sky. Aside from the Holy Domain's divine capital, the faux god world was an undeveloped, savage land. There were fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures. Of course, there were dangers and forbidden lands. When Xiao Qin set off, he chose to activate the alloy battle armor. Clearly, his judgment was correct. The moment Xiao Qin landed on the desolate plain, a group of faux beasts leaped out and charged at him. These faux beasts looked ferocious, like ferocious dogs. These faux beasts had flaming fur all over their bodies. Even their faces were covered in fur. These faux beasts were about half the height of a person. Their fur trailed on the ground, revealing only a pair of primal chaos and empty eyes. These faux beasts' physical bodies seemed illusory, not made of flesh and blood, looking extremely strange. Mastiffs. Xiao Qin had made ample preparations before coming. allowing him to recognize the faux beasts before him. These were mastiffs, exceptionally ferocious. These mastiffs appeared in packs. Just one of them was as strong as a peak sovereign personage. They were tyrants of the ice-fire wasteland. Even a heaven-defying sovereign personage would have to flee if they were alone. Otherwise, they would not survive at all. 10-odd mastiffs appeared and held endlessly. When the flames rained on them, they did not cause them any harm. Instead, the flames increased their strength, making their flaming fur even brighter. When the mastiffs pounced over at the same time, they showed great ferocity. If they knocked Shao Qin down and swarmed over, they could instantly tear the superfaction disciples to shreds. Shao Qin had the alloy battle armor. Even if the mastiffs knocked him down, it would be hard for them to tear him to pieces. However, it was best not to get surrounded. Go then. Shao Qin raised his left hand, and a red light flashed on his fingertip. The demon blood vulture appeared. It roared ferociously and fearlessly clashed with the 10-odd mastiffs. The demon blood vulture spread its wings. Its feathers were as bright as blood, flowing with light, looking as beautiful as scarlet flames. After traveling the faux god world with the little golden crow for half a year and obtaining some resources that Shao Qin exchanged for, the demon blood vulture's strength soared. Now, it was a great help to Shao Qin. On top of that, it was the king of ferocious beasts. It was born with a strong demonic nature, and its bloodline had mutated. It did not fear these mastiffs at all. It spread its wings and fought with a dozen or so mastiffs, not letting a single one escape. Shao Qin knew that although the mastiffs were strong and their demonic might was ferocious, they would not be able to hold out for long if they were surrounded by 10-odd mastiffs. Thunder Monarch Spear. Shao Qin beckoned with his right hand, and the 5-element divine lightning activated with his thunder Dao domain. It condensed into a short spear that was half a meter long. In an instant, lightning flashed on the surface of the short spear. It was incomparably dazzling and emitted a boundless might of thunder. The Thunder Monarch Spear was Shao Qin's trump card in the first place. The 5-element divine lightning was a wondrous treasure in the world. Now that his Thunder Dao strength had improved greatly, he could drive it with his Thunder Dao domain and condense it into a spear that contained the 5-element Thunder Dao. Naturally, its might went without saying. So. The half-meter-long Thunder Monarch Spear looked solid as it shot out. Then it split into 9, instantly striking the 9 mastiffs. Their flesh tore, but no blood flowed out. Only some primal chaos chi leaked out. Shao Qin did not stop attacking, sending out several more Thunder Monarch Spears. The mastiffs, which already held the upper hand, immediately cried out in pain. The demon blood vulture let out a few strange laughs and immediately beat up the fallen mastiffs. Then it spat out a mouthful of scarlet flames, and demonic chi surged into the air. The 10-odd mastiffs were forced back. Then they charged over ferociously, appearing very resilient. When the mastiffs charged over again, they went berserk. Their bodies expanded, and they were already the size of small mountains. Shao Qin did not care. To a heaven-defying sovereign personage, these were a pack of mastiffs that were extremely difficult to deal with. However, to Shao Qin, they were not worth mentioning. He had his own means to deal with them. Purple flower petals spun in Shao Qin's right eye, layering over each other and forming a purple lightning flower. Divine lightning eye. Whoosh! Shao Qin's divine lightning eye had already reached the 6th layer. When he executed it, 36 thunderclouds filled the sky. Boom! Tribulation lightning descended at the same time. The many mastiffs were instantly blasted into tumbling on the ground, twitching endlessly. Miserable cries rang out. These mastiffs were huge, and when they crashed into the ground, they caused many cracks and shook the desolate plain. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of flowing light, darting about. As its claws tore, it nearly tore the mastiffs in half. What a powerful faux beast! Xiao Qin thought to himself, with the demon blood vulture's claws. Even a peak sovereign personage with a refined physical body would be torn to pieces. To think that these mastiffs are still intact, just severely injured. Indeed, one cannot use common sense to understand the bodies of faux beasts. If I get entangled, I might exhaust myself to death. After a few clashes, these mastiffs realized how powerful Xiao Qin was. They started to circle around the demon blood vulture, charging at Xiao Qin without a care for the price. However, Xiao Qin smiled coldly. If they messed around like this, they would die even faster. Xiao Qin used his movement technique and gently moved, leaving behind a purple mark. Then he appeared elsewhere. If Xiao Qin could not dodge, he would use the sharp spirit finger. The mountain-sized mastiff was sent flying by a single finger. It was a very strange sight. Xiao Qin did not fight with these mastiffs. Instead, he used the demon blood vulture as bait and brought out his thunder, Dao domain, to its limits. He executed all sorts of lightning-related means. If the mastiffs got close, he would execute the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi filled his entire body. Then he merged all his energy into one finger and flicked away the mastiffs. Demon blood vulture, move aside. Xiao Qin called out, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and quickly fled. Then a great, desolate Ian candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qin. 2 candle flames flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes. In the next moment, boundless ice flames landed on this pack of mastiffs. After being tortured for a long time, the extremely resilient mastiffs could no longer move. The candle dragon flame burned the mastiff's long fur, slowly burning them. Whoosh! Wearing the alloy battle armor, Xiao Qin grasped the tyrant's saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then he drew his saber and swung it around before walking forward. Xiao Qin looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, killing a mastiff with one swing of his saber. These mastiffs, which could cause heaven-defying people to flee when they saw them, and which even half-step sovereign emperors had to spend a lot of effort on, were easily killed by Xiao Qin. The mastiffs' corpses scattered, turning into beams of light that entered the cracks in the sky. Only clumps of white, primeval divine liquid remained on the ground. Xiao Qin took out a clump of primeval divine liquid and refined it before absorbing it into his body. Ripples appeared on his 9-star primal core as he absorbed all the primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck of Xiao Qin's cultivation immediately loosened, making Xiao Qin reveal joy on his face. After more than half a year, this was the first time his cultivation bottleneck had loosened. It looked like this primeval divine liquid was indeed effective. Jie, Jie, Jie. After the demon blood vulture circled in the sky, it turned into a palm-sized bird and landed on Xiao Qin's shoulder. Let's hunt the mastiffs, then. Most of the other faux beasts are crafty. If we run into them alone, they might be easy to defeat or kill, but they will be problematic. These mastiffs are naturally ferocious and do not know when to advance or retreat. Furthermore, they move in packs, which suits me. If Yun Fei and the others knew that Xiao Qin started hunting mastiffs the first time he came to the ice-fire wasteland, their jaws would drop in shock. When they saw these mastiffs, they had to retreat. They were tyrants of the ice-fire wasteland. When they moved in packs, no one dared to clash with them. However, Xiao Qin stubbornly persisted. How could they not be shocked? In the following month, Xiao Qin spent his time hunting mastiffs. As he became more familiar with the mastiff's nature, killing them became easier. As the difficulty increased, Xiao Qin went from killing 10-odd mastiffs at once to several dozen at a time. Eventually, he killed 100 horrifying mastiffs. When Xiao Qin had free time, he would study the painting that fiendish demon Shimu gave him. Liu Benwei had already given him the second painting. Xiao Qin managed to make out some things. He discovered that this painting seemed to contain some kind of saber technique that he could not figure out. Xiao Chen was in no rush. He just took his time to study it. At this moment, raising his cultivation was still his priority. As time passed, all the cultivators on experiential training in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery came to know that such a ruthless person gave Xiao Chen the nickname Dog-Killing Demon. Normally, when ordinary people saw mastiffs charging in packs, the rational ones would flee for now, not fighting with these mad dogs that did not fear death. However, Xiao Chen did the opposite, hunting more than 100 mastiffs in one go. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not allow others to interfere. This made everyone tremble in fear. They were even more afraid of Xiao Chen than of a mastiff. Chapter 2134. The ice-fire wasteland was about 1/10 the size of the Holy Domain. Even to sovereign personages it was vast. The ice-fire wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. After passing the core, there was a boundless lightning sea. Even faux gods would not be able to traverse the entire lightning sea. Xiao Chen did not have much ambition. For the past few days he had been killing faux beast mastiffs in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery. After 1 month, he had already killed more than 1,000 mastiffs. This was a horrifying number. On average, Xiao Chen killed 30-odd mastiffs every day. Even Mu Yinzhu would have to put in a lot of effort to kill 30-odd mastiffs when they attacked together. Of course, it was more likely that Xiao Chen did not know how to kill mastiffs at all. The mastiff strength was still acceptable. The main thing was that they moved in packs. Most importantly, they had a berserk nature in their bones. Compared to the crafty and intelligent faux beasts, the mastiffs would not rest until one of them died. Killing mastiffs was a waste of effort. Since that was the case, Mu Yinzhu might as well enter the inner area or the periphery and take the risk to kill those high-ranked faux beasts. Xiao Chen was different. Right now, he could kill 100 mastiffs in one go. If he used all sorts of means, the mastiffs would not be able to run even if they wanted to. In the past month, I refined 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid. The bottleneck has loosened significantly. Compared to closed-door cultivation, I have improved a lot. However, I still have not broken through this bottleneck. Outside the ice-fire wasteland, Xiao Chen, who was currently hunting a pack of mastiffs, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his progress. Xiao Chen obtained 150 kilograms of primeval divine liquid in 1 month. Furthermore, he was only a great perfection sovereign personage. If others found out about this harvest, they would feel envious. Xiao Chen's friends had to work together in this ice-fire wasteland to obtain such a harvest. However, Xiao Chen was very strict with himself. Time in the faux god world is too precious. After casually knocking away a mastiff that pounced over, Xiao Chen split his attention and thought about something else. During the battle between the demon blood vulture and the mastiffs, Xiao Chen happened to discover that the demon blood vulture could consume faux beasts. The mastiff's ferocious might was extremely compatible with its nature, allowing it to grow quickly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he noticed that the 100-odd mastiffs that he had been hunting suddenly began to run away when they saw that they were about to fall into a desperate situation. He ran away. The mastiffs ran amok in the periphery of the ice-fire wasteland due to their frenzied and ferocious nature. A large part of the reason people ran when they saw them was that they would not rest until they were dead. But now, this group of mastiffs that were the size of small mountains actually ran away when they were on the verge of death. Don't tell me you're scared of me. Xiao Chen had hunted more than 1,000 mastiffs. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Chase! Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back, frantically giving chase. Seeing that the harvest was about to begin, the 100-odd mastiffs actually began to flee. There was no reason to let go of a cooked duck. Thunder Monarch Spear. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and 9 short spears containing the daos of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, shot out. Each half-meter-long Thunder Monarch spear was like a treasure weapon, flickering with light and bursting with electric light. When they connected, they looked like a 5-element world, exuding an extremely strong pressure. Bang! When the 9 Thunder Monarch spears landed, they immediately killed 9 mastiffs. Then they exploded, killing another 10-odd mastiffs. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and hovered in the air, getting the demon blood vulture to continue giving chase. He landed and waited for the mastiffs' corpses to scatter and the primeval divine liquid to appear. When the primeval divine liquid appeared, Xiao Qian waved his hand and collected it into a jade bottle. Divine Firmament 9 variations, everlasting thunder shadow. The instant Xiao Qin landed, he executed the Divine Firmament 9 variations, leaving a purple mark. In the next moment, he reappeared on the demon blood vulture's back. When 100-odd mastiffs fled at the same time, the commotion they caused was incredibly huge. When the other trial takers saw this scene along the way, they were all frightened silly. Some of them could not dodge in time and even got injured by the mastiffs. Am I seeing things? Why is there someone chasing after mastiffs? The mastiffs that are like mad dogs actually fled. I'm not hallucinating, right? This is my first time seeing someone chasing after mastiffs. In the past, we always ran when we saw mastiffs. It's him, the dog-killing, frenzied demon. No wonder. It turns out to be the dog-killing, frenzied demon. At first, when the cultivators along the way saw the hill-sized mastiffs fleeing wildly, they were all startled. However, when they saw Xiao Qian wearing the alloy battle armor on the demon blood vulture's back, they all revealed expressions of understanding, no longer feeling surprised. Everyone in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery already knew about the dog-killing, frenzied demon. Some people even took the initiative to lead the mastiffs to where Xiao Qian was when they had nowhere to run. However, Xiao Qian did not say anything. Who is this person? When a group of cultivators in black clothes with flaming clouds hurried along the ice-fire wasteland's periphery saw this scene, they marveled at it and stopped. The one who spoke was a youth with an extraordinary aura. He actually surpassed a heaven-defying sovereign personage, a half-step sovereign emperor. Senior Brother Fong, this is the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin, the Heavenly Alliance's youngest member. Back then, he was the one who broke the records of the first and second floors. How incredible! To think that he chased after a group of mastiffs. How strong! I heard that he said that he would not fear Mu Yunju after half a year on the comprehension platform. However, Mu Yunju avoided him after half a year. I heard that he did not break the record back then. Furthermore, what is so great about killing these mastiffs? They are just some rabid dogs that no one is willing to offend. The true experts are like Senior Brother Fong, charging into the ice-fire wasteland's core. The Universe Origins sect disciples felt disdain for Xiao Qin. After the man with the family name Fong listened for a long time, he lost interest. He only looked at Xiao Qian's alloy battle armor in a somewhat distracted manner. How unfortunate. To think that he went to kill dogs while wearing the alloy battle armor. If it were me, I would be fully confident in this trip. The alloy battle armor. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Alliance's members. If they did not have sufficient accumulations, they needed resources. Any member of a super faction would covet the alloy battle armor. However, that was just that. Even if non-Heavenly Alliance members snatched the alloy battle armor, they would not be able to activate it. They could only look at it. Let's go. We still have something to do. The man with the family name Fong withdrew his gaze and led the Universe Origins sect disciples to the depths of the ice-fire wasteland. The appearance of this group of people attracted some attention in the ice-fire wasteland's periphery. This immediately incited discussions, guessing what they were going to do. It's Fang Xiaobai, one of the Universe Origins sect's top 10 disciples. He is a half-step sovereign emperor. I wonder why he is here. The Ice-Fire Wasteland has been very lively recently. It seems like some of the top 10 disciples of the various super factions are here. Could it be the Ice-Fire Divine Origin in the core? That might really be possible. Looking at the time, the Ice-Fire Divine Origin should be about to appear. Should we go and take a look? Never mind. Every time the Ice-Fire Divine Origin appears, there will be people dying. As long as we can safely survive 10 years in the faux god world, it will be a great opportunity. There's no need to risk our lives. That's right. Many outstanding talents did not know how to restrain themselves and ended up dying. We do not have the lives of outstanding talents, so there is no need to worry about the hearts of outstanding talents. We just do what we need to do. These words were very true. Compared to outsiders, being able to enter the faux god world was a great opportunity. There was indeed no need for ordinary people to get greedy. It was important to understand one's own strength. Even so, there were still some people in the Ice-Fire Wasteland's periphery who felt tempted when they heard that the Ice-Fire Divine Origin was about to appear, so they quietly flew to the inner area. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know about this. He continued his great task of killing the mastiffs. After a chase, only a few of the 100-odd mastiffs remained. Only 10-odd were still running wildly. If not for waiting for the corpses to scatter and collecting the primeval divine liquid, which took some time, these mastiffs would not have wasted so much time. As Xiao Chen gave chase, he thought to himself, faux beasts are intelligent as well. Although the mastiffs have a crazed, reckless spirit in their bones, it is not strange for them to wake up after being killed for more than a month. However, hunting mastiffs in the future would be somewhat problematic. If Xiao Chen had to chase after them for half a day every time, it would be a waste of time. The gains would not make up for the losses. It looks like I will have to enter the Ice-Fire Wasteland's inner area in advance. The mastiffs have become smarter. I cannot continue this business. How tiring. Xiao Chen finally dealt with the final 10-odd mastiffs. He had chased them for more than 6 hours. It was not very tiring, but it did take some time. Jie. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture suddenly turned wary. It seemed to sense some danger, and all its feathers swelled up. Master, I feel that something is wrong. Xiao Chen did not sense anything wrong. However, the demon blood vulture was a ferocious beast. Compared to humans, it had an instinctive sense of unknown danger. Let's go. After carefully looking around, Xiao Chen leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back and returned the way they came. After flying 50,000 kilometers calmly, rows of mastiffs appeared at the limits of Xiao Chen's vision. Their chaotic and lifeless eyes flickered with a scarlet light as they looked coldly and emotionlessly at him. Boom! Large patches of black clouds appeared in the sky above these mastiffs. When Xiao Chen looked around, the churning black clouds charged at him from all directions. Soon, the demonic clouds gathered in all directions, and the sky instantly turned dark. Clatter, clatter. Heavy footsteps resounded. The seemingly densely packed mastiffs blocked off all directions, encircling Xiao Chen step by step. It turned out that during the chase, Xiao Chen had arrived at an extremely desolate place in the Ice-Fire Wasteland's periphery. The demon blood vulture under Xiao Chen's feet trembled slightly. Clearly, it felt afraid of so many mastiffs. Master, what should we do? The demon blood vulture had never seen such a large formation before. Despite its demonic nature and fearless nature, it actually felt somewhat timid. The demon blood vulture looked around and saw the densely packed mastiffs. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 of them. All the mastiffs in the entire Ice-Fire Wasteland were probably here for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he muttered to himself. Even the dogs are scheming like humans. How much hatred do they have? Chapter 2135. When Xiao Chen looked around, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 mastiffs in all directions. Although Xiao Qin had easily hunted down 100 mastiffs, that was already his limit. If the number increased by half, he would not be able to handle it. Doubling the number was probably his limit. If the number increased by 3 times, he would not even turn and run after taking another look. Now that the number reached such a level, there was no need to rush to run. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. Since when did dogs become more like wolves, knowing how to use strategies and listen to commands? Strange Xiao Chun looked around and finally saw a mastiff that stood out from the rest in the east. This mastiff was completely snow-white. It stood out among the other mastiffs with flaming fur, looking very out of place. A light flickered in the mastiff's eyes, filled with spirituality. The instant the mastiffs met, Xiao Qin felt a chill run down his spine. This white mastiff should be the king of this pack of mastiffs. If Xiao Qin guessed right, it was the one who planned this plan. Despite being in danger, Xiao Qin did not panic. He calmly thought of a countermeasure. Roar! 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 Low roars resounded in the surroundings. Every mastiff looked coldly at Xiao Qin. They were only waiting for the order to tear Xiao Qin to shreds and tear him to shreds. The roars were somewhat vexing. Xiao Qin looked up at the sky. Demonic clouds already covered the shattered sky, preventing him from seeing it clearly. One could not fly too high in the faux god world. This was because the sky was shattered with spatial tears everywhere. Space-time reversed currents were everywhere. If one was not careful, one would get sucked into some darn place. One would not be able to come out for the rest of one's life. Hence, aside from the holy domain's divine capital, all the other places were forbidden zones. This pack of mastiffs stirred up demonic clouds, covering this space. Space-time reverse currents and spatial tears could not be seen clearly. If Xiao Qin dared to flee through the sky, he would definitely die a tragic death. Boom! Suddenly, that snow-white mastiff let out a long howl, causing cracks to appear in the desolate plains below. The surrounding mastiffs launched themselves at Xiao Qin. Their mountain-sized bodies shot over like sharp arrows. Under such pressure, the demon blood vulture's ferocious might was brought out as it cried out. The demon blood vulture flapped its wings, and a scarlet tornado appeared, churning violently. Plop! Plop! When the mastiffs crashed into the scarlet tornado, they were immediately mangled and blasted back. However, there were simply too many of them. As they continued to attack, the power of the storm gradually weakened. Several mastiffs passed through the storm, barking at Xiao Qin with ferocious expressions. Even before it got close, the sound waves from its roar were enough to make one's head spin. It penetrated deep into one's soul pool and reverberated endlessly. Faux beasts were born in the primal chaos space. They innately grasped all kinds of great Daos, just that they did not know how to use them. Their techniques were crude, but in reality, their power was not ordinary. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as the dragon roar in his body spread out and clashed with the sound waves from the mastiffs. The two clashed endlessly, producing intense sounds. Even before the battle had begun, it was already incomparably intense. Xiao Qin calmly watched the mastiffs, lunging at him. Then he pressed down on his saber without moving, not flustered or flustered at all. His gaze was calm as he looked at the mastiffs that were charging at him. He held onto his weapon and did not move. He did not panic and did not panic at all. In Xiao Chen's vision, the figures of these mastiffs grew larger and larger until they occupied his entire vision. Kill! Just at this crucial moment, Xiao Qin drew the tyrant saber. Whoosh! A resplendent saber light shot out from the saber. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Xiao Qin stored up power and chopped with a saber. Whoosh! The mastiffs cried out miserably at the same time. Blood spurted out. However, this blood lost its color when illuminated by the saber light. Clearly, it was not practical to use the sharp spirit finger now. The sharp spirit finger could knock back the enemy but not kill them. When hunting, it was best to use it to knock back the enemy and prevent the mastiffs from getting close. However, now he wanted this group of beasts to not return. If they dared to come, they would die. Under the state of martial and soul as one, Shao Chen executed his flawless saber Dao. All the mastiffs that came over were merciless. With his full power, he killed them with one saber strike. 10 odd mastiffs immediately died amid mournful cries. However, there was still an unending stream of them, unending. Master, I can't hold on any longer. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture said in Shao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture was different from Shao Chen. Without the alloy battle armor, the mastiffs could take its life in a few bites. The demon blood vulture had been able to help Shao Chen last until now, blocking most of the mastiffs and holding on for 1 hour, which was already very rare. Come back, then. There's no rush. I still have one last strike. The demon blood vulture ignored Shao Chen's words. It suddenly left Shao Chen's feet, and its entire body blazed with a fierce flame. However, as the intense flame burned, the demon blood vulture's gargantuan body slowly condensed and shrank. However, the light on its body became increasingly intense. Even the saber light that Shao Chen sent out with the martial and soul merger regained its color. When the demon blood vulture was palm-sized, the surrounding scarlet storm suddenly vanished. In an instant, the hundreds of mastiffs that had been blocked outside charged at Shao Chen. The scene was extremely dangerous. The martial arts that Shao Chen practiced could not kill all these mastiffs except in the human world. The consequences were extremely terrifying. Over 100 mastiffs pounced on him, and even with the protection of the alloy armor, he would still be seriously injured. Just as Shao Chen prepared to execute in the mortal realm, the palm-sized demon blood vulture covered in a jade-like scarlet light remained. Like an arrow it shot out. Shoo! The demon blood vulture's body stabbed into a mastiff's eye. Then, it spun its wings and pierced through the mastiff's brain. Ka-ka-ka! A jade-like scarlet light shone as the demon blood vulture's body shot out like an arrow, turning into a beam of light and piercing through the heads of the many mastiffs. In an instant, these hundreds of mastiffs were like paper before the demon blood vulture's strongest killing move, killing them all. The originally densely packed mastiffs, which nearly suffocated Shao Chen, all fell to the ground. Shao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong! Even if Shao Chen executed entering hell, he would not be able to kill all these mastiffs. However, the demon blood vulture did it. Before Shao Chen could sigh, he saw the demon blood vulture's body turn dim and wobbly after executing this killing move. A mastiff pounced over and opened its jaws, preparing to swallow the demon blood vulture. Scram! Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. Leaving behind a faint purple mark, he appeared in front of the mastiff and sent it flying with a vicious kick. The demon blood vulture quickly turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Shao Chen's fingertip, turning into a ring. Master, this is a killing move that I learned from Big Brother Little Yellow Feather. It's pretty good, right? The demon blood vulture's voice rang out, sounding very weak. However, it seemed to be waiting for Shao Chen's praise. Shao Chen felt some heartache as he said, "Quickly rest. You are very strong. You did what I, your master, could not do." Higamit. However, I'm too tired. I can't help master anymore. The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh at first. Then, its voice grew softer until it stopped. Shao Chen looked around. After the demon blood vulture's massacre, there were at least 1,000 mastiff corpses on the ground. Martial and soul as one required merging the will of the martial Dao and the will of soul. Every time one attacked, one could bring out 120% of a cultivator's combat prowess, even 50%. Hence, Shao Chen could kill a mastiff with one saber strike. However, in the state of martial and soul as one, The drain on veritable essence energy and soul energy was immense. With the protection of the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chen's physical body would not be affected in such an intense battle. However, it was hard to say how long he could last. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that the snow-white mastiffs were still in formation. Despite the huge losses, this pack of mastiffs did not panic, preparing for the next wave of attacks. It was already very unusual for them to disregard all costs to fight like this. Xiao Chen took a rough look and estimated that there were at least 4,000 mastiffs. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. When he ran out of veritable essence energy, he would definitely die. Charge out! Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the snow-white mastiff. Then he immediately charged at the snow-white mastiff. The key to breaking out of this situation was this snow-white mastiff. With this beast in formation, it was practically impossible to charge out in any other direction. Only by fighting with this beast and making it unable to give orders would he be able to fight for a chance of survival. Even though he knew that this beast was as strong as a half-step sovereign emperor, he had to fight to the death. Chapter 2136. Whoosh! Seeing Xiao Chen fly towards the white mastiff, the many other mastiffs launched themselves at Xiao Chen, trying to block his way. Under the white mastiff's command, the originally clumsy and ferocious mastiffs actually knew when to advance and when to retreat. They knew how to block Xiao Chen, how to delay him, how to disrupt and harass Xiao Chen. This made Xiao Chen's advance very difficult. That white mastiff stood at the top and did not back down. It only looked at Xiao Chen coldly, like it wanted to give him hope. As Xiao Chen arranged his troops, the mastiffs in the other directions also took the opportunity to surround him. Before Xiao Chen advanced halfway, the alloy battle armor that he wore turned black from the mastiff's blood. Mastiffs were not made of flesh and blood. Although it was called blood, it was actually just the strange liquid in their bodies. Halfway through, Xiao Chen was horrified to discover that the distance between him and the white mastiff did not shrink. Instead, it increased significantly. What's going on? After a moment of shock, Xiao Chen suddenly understood. It turned out that when this white mastiff was commanding the black flame beasts, the black flame beasts did not move at all. It turned out that when the white mastiff commanded the other mastiffs to change their angle, it looked like they were continuously killing mastiffs and pressing in. In reality, Xiao Chen was being led by the nose by the mastiff. As he advanced and retreated, he had already changed his original direction. If Xiao Chen had not startled awake, he would not have reached the white mastiff even if he killed for the rest of his life. Such a scheme sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. Even some intelligent humans would not be able to come up with such a scheme. To think that the white mastiff was so smart. Damn it! When Xiao Chen thought about how he got tricked by a dog, he could not help feeling angry. Coupled with the fact that the continuous battles were all in vain, it caused a trace of fluctuation to appear in his tranquil state of mind. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the white mastiff was still looking at him coldly. However, to Xiao Chen now, there was an additional trace of mockery in its gaze. Calm down. If I am not careful, I might die here. Every month, outstanding talents from the outside world would fall in the faux god world, losing their originally great futures. In the past, Xiao Chen felt astonished. Human cultivators had many trump cards and various means. How could they still die to faux beasts? Now he himself had fallen into such a dangerous situation. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would lose his life. It had to be said that it was somewhat ironic. Xiao Chen withdrew from the state of martial and soul as one. Given the current situation, before his veritable essence energy and soul energy ran out, he would not be able to escape. With the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiao Chen would not be able to kill all the mastiffs. He might as well save some energy for the white mastiff. There was no way out. The mastiffs were already chasing after them. Their only chance of survival was to charge forward. I don't believe that I, Xiao Chen, We'll die under the siege of a bunch of mad dogs." Xiao Chen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a scroll slowly unfurled. It slowly rose into the sky. When it fully unfurled, a Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram appeared in the sky. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame chased each other in the sky. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Xiao Chen held the saber with his right hand and raised his left palm to the sky, circulating the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram with all his might. Immediately, an overwhelming might spread out from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his saber, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram descended from the sky. The Taiji force field appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, trapping the mastiffs. Xiao Chen moved between yin and yang, moving erratically. He raised his saber and swung it, continuously killing the mastiffs. The snow-white mastiff felt somewhat flustered. In this Taiji force field, it could no longer command the mastiffs. Trapped in the Taiji force field, the mastiffs moved very slowly. They still had to block Xiao Chen's saber light and could not even take care of themselves, unable to carry out the white mastiff's commands. Without the white mastiff's command, the berserk mastiffs reverted to their original nature. Their threat to Xiao Chen was greatly reduced. Xiao Chen had no choice but to use the trump card that he had prepared for this white mastiff in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning as he controlled the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, weaving through the many mastiffs, advancing quickly. Soon, the white mastiff arrived before him, resolving the mundane. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen entered the state of martial and soul as one and soared into the air. Then, with his 7-fold killing chi, he executed resolving the mundane. However, something strange happened. Xiao Chen was already very fast. However, that white mastiff seemed to have figured out when Xiao Chen was going to make his move. It was like an experienced cultivator. Before the eternal and inextinguishable saber light completely formed, the white mastiff pounced over like a bolt of white lightning. It pounced over like a bolt of white lightning, roaring in midair and slapping its claw over. This claw contained many chaotic, great Daos. It was very crude and extremely primitive. However, the great Daos were vast and mighty, directly shattering Xiao Chen's incomplete resolving the mundane. Pusi! Xiao Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he moved back. Incredulity flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Xiao Chen materialized Firmament's rage with his left hand and threw a palm strike. The white mastiff wanted to charge forward and kill Xiao Chen. However, a huge palm containing the Tao of the 5-element divine lightning struck it. The snow-white mastiff's huge body was smashed to the ground by the palm. The white mastiff also showed shock in its eyes, clearly surprised. It was like a seasoned hunter, roaring continuously. The many mastiffs that were not trapped in the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram leaped into the air, moving as nimbly as birds. Leaping through the air, they were as agile as birds as they slowly surrounded him. Buddha in the mortal realm, quelling the seas and desolation. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. Then, ancient Buddhist chants reverberated. A hole appeared in the black, demonic clouds in the sky. Then the supreme killing Buddha descended and pushed its palms in all directions. Bang! In an instant, the 1,000-odd mastiffs flying over were all knocked back. Cracks appeared on their physical bodies, entering hell. Xiao Chen chose to fight the white mastiff so that it could not care about anything else, unable to command the other mastiffs. Seeing the white mastiff use the same trick, how could Xiao Chen let it do as it wished? He executed Buddha in the mortal realm and knocked back the 1,000-odd mastiffs. Then he held up an evil dragon materialized from the azure hell and chopped down. With this saber strike, a world-destroying evil dragon appeared. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like it wanted to swallow the world. Although the white mastiff was strong, it was still a faux beast in the end. It could not practice martial techniques like human cultivators. This was Xiao Chen's strongest saber strike. It instantly gained a suppressive advantage as it pressed down. Boom! The evil dragon knocked back the huge mastiff for 5,000 kilometers like it was a snowy mountain. After it landed, another loud sound rang out. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a pillar of flame shot up into the sky. After the Azura hell disappeared, Xiao Chun wore the alloy battle armor, looking very heroic. He held his saber and appeared very tyrannical. Whoosh! 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 Divine firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. He left behind only a few faint purple marks. Then, 5,000 kilometers away, Xiao Qin charged over at lightning speed. Roar! A terrifying sound wave suddenly rang out, and visible ripples spread out. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally in front of him and got knocked back. Whoosh! 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 After stabilizing himself, Xiao Chun tightly grasped his tyrant saber and swung it in the air a few times, scattering the remaining sound wave energy on him. After a few swings, saber winds howled, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered about, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Doubt flashed in his eyes. This white mastiff was overly strong. Mastiffs were strong because they moved in packs. They were strong because of the madness in their bones. Individually, any heaven-defying sovereign personage could easily crush them. While Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he did not fear fighting a half-step sovereign emperor alone. The white mastiff placed its 2 palms on the edge of the huge pit. Then it leaped up and charged at Xiao Chen again. Let's see how strong you are. A golden light burned in Xiao Chen's eyes as he instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. At the same time, he entered the state of martial and soul as one again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen swung the tyrant saber in his hand a few more times. Saber lights flickered in this black and white world, appearing dazzling. Under the effects of his great, desolate Ian bloodline, Xiao Chen activated martial and soul as one. With a few random swings, he kicked up a strong wind that made the ferocious white mastiff stagger. 10,000 dragons picture! The 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiao Chen. Boundless dragon roars resounded as Xiao Chen fought an intense battle with this white mastiff in his peak state. There was no time. He needed to deal with this white mastiff quickly. The mastiff pack that he knocked back earlier was closing in again. However, even though Xiao Chen was in his peak state, he did not have the strength to execute any of his martial techniques. He had already executed his strongest Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique earlier and could not execute it again within a short time. I still have the flawless saber Dao. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen saw the mastiff lolling its fangs and charging over. So he decided to use his flawless saber, Dao, as the final strike. The flawless saber, Dao, was not about perfection. It was about a heart that pursued perfection. Heart as a saber, body as a saber, hair as a saber, will as a saber. Ding, dang, dang, dang. Xiao Chun brandished his saber. His steps were like that of an immortal, moving nimbly and refined. Strands of saber light flickered on Xiao Chen's body. 3,000 strands of hair were 3,000 saber lights. Every part of the alloy battle armor was a resplendent saber light. A zither-like saber hum rang out in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the first painting that Senior Fiendish Saber, Shimu, gave him. Lush mountains, clear waters, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are the green mountains? If there is no one in the painting, For whom are the green waters flowing? I understand now. A bright light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he listened to the zither-like saber hum echoing in the 5,000 kilometers of desolate plains. It reverberated in the mountains, wanton in the wind, rejoicing with all things in this vast world. However, if one opened one's eyes and looked, the mountains were mountains, the water was water. The most ordinary scenery in the world was just that. If there is no one in the painting, for whom are they? The green mountains are the green mountains, the green waters are the green waters. The white clouds are the white clouds. All things have spirits, all things are fiends. What is a fiend? Xiao Chen reared his head back and laughed. Then he suddenly gave up on the white mastiffs and pointed his saber at the sky. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. The world fell silent. In the next moment, the vast, desolate plains rejoiced with Xiao Chen. Boundless saber lights burst out of the mountains and the ground. At this moment, all things rejoiced together. Resplendent saber lights filled the vast, desolate plains. Aside from Xiao Chen, the others were pierced by thousands of saber lights. When the saber lights scattered, all the mastiffs were destroyed, leaving only countless drops of primeval divine liquid floating in the surroundings. Chapter 2137. The green mountains were the green mountains, and the white clouds were the white clouds. Bloodline activation. Alloy battle armor, martial and soul as one. In his peak state, he had to use his strongest killing move. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. With just one move, Xiao Chen killed all the mastiffs within 500,000 kilometers in his strongest state. As his bloodline slowly faded, Xiao Chen exited the state of martial and soul as one. He should have exhausted his veritable essence energy and soul energy, but he felt refreshed and carefree. However, he felt refreshed and carefree, and his entire body was surging with power. I broke through. Xiao Chen broke through the final bottleneck of a great perfection sovereign personage with this moment of comprehension. He became a peak sovereign personage, sweeping away all his fatigue and weakness. When one's strength improved, no amount of resources could compare to an instant of comprehension. The old saying was indeed true. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, moving as fast as lightning as he arrived beside the white mastiff's corpse. The white mastiff was merely a half-step sovereign emperor. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he would not feel any pressure fighting it alone. Foe beasts were different from humans. They did not know martial techniques or chaotic Dao domains, much less mental states. Within the same cultivation realm, a mediocre person would not be a match for a foe beast. However, if a foe beast was not special, it would not be sufficient to face an outstanding talent. However, this white mastiff before Xiao Chen forced Xiao Chen into danger several times. Even fighting it alone was somewhat difficult. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended the painting that the foe god expert fiendish saber, Shimu left behind at the last moment, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. How to deal with the remaining mastiffs would have been a problem. Its intelligence was monstrous, inspiring fear. Xiao Chen felt very curious about what was so special about this white mastiff for it to be so difficult to deal with. Compared to the other mastiffs, the white mastiff's corpse dissipated very slowly. Most of its body still remained. What is this? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. A black jade pendant appeared in the white mastiff's disappearing head. This jade pendant was clearly refined by a cultivator. A faux beast would not have something like this. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. This white mastiff was being controlled by someone. From the mastiff's strange escape, someone had set up a trap for him, waiting for him to jump into it. No, perhaps, from the moment he left the Holy Region's divine capital, he had already been targeted. After killing mastiffs for a month, someone finally found an opportunity to set up this trap. If Xiao Qin died, it would be a perfect plan. Who knew how many outstanding talents had died at the hands of faux beasts? Over the past month, many people had personally witnessed him madly killing mastiffs. Dying to the mastiff's vengeance was completely justifiable and would not arouse any suspicions. It was simply flawless. The black jade pendant no longer had any spiritual qi. It looked like a black stone, a broken stone. Xiao Qin picked it up and looked around. The person who came had planned this meticulously. Clearly, Xiao Qin had many misgivings. He feared exposing his identity, or that his true body was not in the ice-fire wasteland at all. Who will kill me? As Xiao Qin looked at the black jade pendant, he entered deep thought. His thoughts raced as he thought of many things. Many people's faces appeared in his mind. However, in the end, Xiao Qin suddenly laughed. See. Xiao Qin clenched his right fist, and the black jade pendant in his hand shattered into dust. It did not matter who it was. The important thing was that he was still alive. As long as he could survive, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Overthinking was not good. Now that Xiao Qin had gained enlightenment and made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he gained many more comprehensions of the martial Tao. There was no need to waste time on this. Demon Blood Vulture, come out! Xiao Qin woke up the Demon Blood Vulture. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, he no longer needed this vast amount of primeval divine liquid. Master, what's wrong? After waking up, the Demon Blood Vulture appeared somewhat weakly. However, when it saw the densely packed primeval divine liquid, it was stunned. My goodness! Master, how did you do it? To think that you killed all these mastiffs. Xiao Qin glanced at the corpse of the white mastiff, which had yet to completely disappear, and said, Stop speaking nonsense. Quickly swallow them all. They are all yours. These are the white mastiff's corpses. They are also yours. I won't fight with you over them. The Demon Blood Vulture immediately felt like it was dreaming. Really? When have I ever joked? Gagaga. Thank you, Master. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. A bunch of trash. In the end, Grandpa will still consume them. Perhaps I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. The originally weak Demon Blood Vulture immediately perked up and let out strange cries. Its cries sounded incredibly arrogant, as if it had forgotten itself. Xiao Qin thought for a while and looked for a quiet place to land. Then he took out the first painting that Lu Benwei had given him. Lush mountains, clear water, white clouds, and wild cranes flying in the sky. In the past, Xiao Qin could not understand it. He could only vaguely sense that the painting contained an indescribable Tao. This should be the inheritance of some special saber technique. However, Lu Benwei did not say anything, and Xiao Qin had not even seen fiendish saber Shimu. When Xiao Qin focused and brought out his flawless saber Tao to its limits, he finally understood. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to complete my saber Tao in one go and comprehend the Tao of the saber Tao. A bright light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he stared at the painting. The lush mountains, clear water, and white clouds in the painting all came to life, demonstrating his Tao to him. Xiao Qin gently loosened his grip, and the painting floated in front of him without any external force. All things rejoiced together. This is my comprehension. My flawless saber Tao clearly benefited a lot from this. If I can make another breakthrough from this and gain some more comprehension, I will definitely be able to break through to the Tao of the saber Tao. The expression in Xiao Qin's eyes became increasingly resolute. As he stared at the painting, he slowly became immersed in it, forgetting some things. He forgot about his flawless saber Tao, where he was, and his original purpose. It was like he had entered the painting, becoming entranced. Whoosh! After some time, the painting before Xiao Qin burst into flames. He startled awake, feeling like he was dreaming. Just earlier, he felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he turned into stone, flowing water, and a tall mountain in one moment. It was not that his soul had been imprisoned. Instead, he had really turned into a tall mountain and flowing water. In the dream, he could feel the majesty of the mountain, the joy of the water, the tranquility of the trees, and all sorts of emotions. In the dream, Xiao Chen had forgotten everything. Now that he suddenly startled awake, the painting before him burned. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward, wanting to put out the flame. This was something that the faux god had given him. It was hard to say how much it was worth. The crucial thing was that the faux god had not stated clearly whether he had given it to Xiao Chen or not. If the other party wanted it back, Xiao Chen would feel like crying. However, the flame burned too quickly. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the painting had already burned up, turning into ashes. The demon blood vulture slowly descended from the sky. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and asked, "How long did I comprehend the Tao for?" "Master, you maintained that strange posture for a total of 10 days. Just 10 days? Why do I feel like several hundred years have passed?" Xiao Chen said softly, feeling disappointed and frustrated. Then he looked at his surroundings again, feeling very mysterious. The entire ice-fire wasteland seemed different to his eyes. As he looked around curiously, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that this world was truly different. Without any effort, he could feel the flow of everything. He could even see the wind. The wind was formless. Without any reference, it would be impossible to discover it. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, the wind was like a child jumping around. This feeling was very mysterious. Although his combat prowess did not increase, the wondrous feeling was indescribable. Unfortunately, my Saber Dao domain is still lacking. I feel that I should be able to grasp the Saber Dao domain. If the faux god gives me pointers, I will be able to immediately comprehend it. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture. He was shocked to discover that the demon blood vulture's eyes had turned completely golden. A faint golden line appeared on all of its tail feathers. Its appearance seemed to have changed slightly. "What is this?" "Many thanks for Master's help. My mutated bloodline seems to have improved. I feel like I'm reverting to my ancestors. Right now, my strength is 50% higher than 10 days ago." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Your improvement is even greater than mine. I don't dare to compare myself to Master." The demon blood vulture now submitted to Xiao Chen. No matter how cocky it was, it did not dare to appear before Xiao Chen. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the wasteland under his feet and muttered, "Strange. Why do I feel like the ground is moving up and down like waves?" "No, Master?" Chapter 2138. After comprehending all things rejoicing together, Xiao Chen felt like he gained a new ability that allowed him to see through the essence of all things. However, Xiao Chen grasped martial and soul as one, allowing him to bring out more than 100% of his strength without any worries. The demon blood vulture reminded Xiao Chen. Then, the wind blew on the ashes of the painting, revealing a scarlet light. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the blood flowed into Xiao Chen's palm. His palm immediately gave off a scarlet light, and images of mountains, rivers, white clouds, and wild cranes flashed in his mind. Xiao Chen saw through the underground in a nearly transparent manner. Aside from the flame veins, he even saw several hidden ores and divine materials. In that instant, Xiao Chen saw through the entire ice-fire wasteland. The ground turned transparent in his eyes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he bent over and touched the ground with one hand. Does Senior Shimu know about this? When the ashes completely dissipated, a drop of blood was revealed. Strange? Xiao Chen thought for a while. He could take this opportunity to absorb it and nurture his heavenly snow, divine flame, and universe, origin true flame. How cold! If I did not have the alloy battle armor to protect me, I would have committed a great taboo by coming down like this. As Xiao Qin muttered to himself, he raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. The ground rippled like waves in his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Qin let go. He had already recorded a map in his mind. His veritable essence energy surged and scattered the ice. Xiao Qin felt some lingering fear. He had only descended 10 kilometers, and he had not gone far before he ran into a problem. Just this point alone allowed him to surpass many half-step sovereign emperors. Whoosh! Right now, Xiao Qin revealed an expression of joy. It turned out that the ice continent of the ice-fire wasteland contained 18 crisscrossing flame veins. Blood represented hatred, anger, and pain, which often brought about negative emotions. However, the feeling that this drop of blood brought about was very strange, but not evil. When the blood merged with his palm and all the images disappeared from his mind, a saber technique appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. All things rejoicing together. The deeper one went, the harder the ice became. After reaching a depth of 10,000 meters, the hardness of the underground ice was comparable to divine materials. Even an imperial king expert would find it difficult to force their way through. The same scene appeared twice. Even if it was really a hallucination, there was definitely something strange about it. As a crack appeared on the ground, Xiao Qin jumped down without hesitation. For ordinary martial artists, being able to display 80% of their strength was already extremely impressive. Those who could display 100% were few and far between. The alloy battle armor was now at 2-star. Raising the alloy battle armor star rank was an extremely arduous task. Xiao Qin needed a vast amount of divine materials. Then he had to hand the gloves to the Heavenly Alliance to use a secret method to refine them. After carefully comprehending the fiendish saber inheritance, Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and looked at his left hand. In addition to martial and spirit as one and my many trump cards, my true strength right now, I should be between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor. However, I have never seen a true false emperor before, so it is not easy to test my true strength. The instant Xiao Qin raised his hand, the various mysterious phenomena vanished. The ice-fire wasteland returned to normal in Xiao Qin's eyes. As Xiao Qin watched, one of the 9 stars around the divine characters lit up when the blood stopped flowing. Why did the painting burn? It was not just Xiao Qin who was comprehending it. The mountains and rivers in the painting also improved rapidly. Xiao Qin suddenly startled awake. All things had spirits. The mountains and rivers in the painting that Senior Shimu gave him all turned into fiends. Shimu was the one who gave Xiao Qin the painting. Clearly, the fiend blood had such a miraculous effect because of Senior Shimu's opportunity. Many cracks immediately appeared in the ground. Xiao Qin's gentle palm strike shook the wasteland for 5,000 kilometers around, as terrifying as an earthquake. The ice-fire wasteland had existed for many epochs. It was very normal for true divine materials to be born there. Clearly, the wasteland did not really move like waves. The ground was still flat. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and touched the ground with one hand. The scarlet divine characters on the back of his right glove suddenly released a red light that seeped into the ground. Right now, the only problem was how to enter the ice-fire wastelands underground. Whoosh! Did I see wrong? I vaguely obtained a fiendish saber inheritance. Xiao Qin placed his right hand on the ground again and activated the scarlet divine characters. A wondrous scene appeared again. Senior Shimu truly lives up to his reputation. Under the wasteland made of ice, there were 18 flames that looked like blood vessels crisscrossing in the underground, forming a complicated network. It's here. However, the painting could no longer support these creatures. So it burned up, leaving only this drop of fiend blood. This place was a weak node in the complex underground. A single move would cause the entire body to move. There would always be weak points in the vast ice-fire wasteland. As long as one found the weak points and connected them together, one could enter the underground. Master, what is that? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After some thought, he said, "Now that I am a peak sovereign personage and comprehended this fiendish saber, all things rejoicing together, a heaven-defying sovereign personage is no longer a match for me. My cultivation is already close to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. I just have not merged my Tao, domain, and soul energy to form a divine seal." Xiao Qin needed to figure out what was going on with this drop of fiend blood. What a mysterious feeling. Xiao Qin looked carefully and saw that the ground had indeed not moved. He could not help finding it strange. What was going on? Xiao Chen had already asked around about Shimu in the Holy Domain's divine capital. He knew that this senior was an extremely strong foe god. Shimu's saber techniques were superb. He could be considered the peak of peak among peak foe god bladesmen. On the contrary, there was a trace of gentleness that did not repel him. Xiao Qin felt startled. He had never experienced such a thing before. It looked like he had to meet Senior Shimu after he returned. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. Right now, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and Universe Origin True Flame had both reached rank 5. After looking around to verify his surroundings, Xiao Chen coldly smacked the ground with his palm. This is the blood of the legendary mountain and river spirits. Xiao Chen could bring out more than 100% of his strength only under special conditions or with the help of medicinal pills. He could not avoid the side effects. No wonder it is called the Ice-Fire Wasteland. Perhaps the true core of this continent is the 18 yin-yang flame veins. After thousands or tens of thousands of years, they form this ice-fire wasteland. The ground is the ice continent, and the sky is empty with snowflakes made of flames. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun released his hand, and his figure flashed. Then he arrived at a seemingly ordinary spot. This immediately startled Xiao Qin. His alloy battle armor had already reached 2-star. What was the origin of this drop of blood left behind after the painting burned? Crack! Crack! However, Xiao Qin had used the divine characters dyed red by the fiend blood to see through the entire ice-fire wasteland. To him, this was not too difficult. Furthermore, this inheritance was even stronger than Lubin Wei's, as Xiao Chen had obtained a drop of fiend blood, perfectly obtaining his unique inheritance. The fluctuations that Xiao Chen saw earlier were actually flame energy surging and expanding underground. That energy was extremely horrifying. It felt like it could topple the entire ice-fire wasteland at any moment, shattering it. However, a drop of fiend blood actually raised the alloy battle armor by 1 grade. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one needed to spend large amounts of faux god coins to exchange for all sorts of flames to raise the grade of a flame. However, Xiao Chun grasped martial and soul as one, merging the will of soul and the will of martial Tao. He could easily bring out 100% of his combat prowess. With some effort, he could bring out 120%, even 150% of his strength. However, since Xiao Chun was already here, there was no reason for him to shrink back. However, Xiao Chen did not pay attention to all this. He only focused on finding the weak spots underground. That drop of blood merged with Xiao Chen's palm. Then the Heavenly Alliance's insignia, formed by 7 pieces of gold, started flowing like blood on the back of his alloy battle armor. Earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed that these 18 flame veins were yin and yang. 9 flame veins represented extreme cold, and the other 9 were contradictory extreme heat. When Xiao Chen landed, a chill assaulted him from all directions. A layer of frost covered the alloy battle armor. With every few steps, the frost turned into ice, slowing Xiao Chen's movement somewhat. Crack! Unexpectedly, the painting that fiendish saber Shimu gave Xiao Chen hit a strange drop of blood.